And where better, amid all of the speculation about where farming is due to be relocated to.
I'm Nicholas Boyce. Oh, wow. Okay, so that does matter. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Restitch Day 1. I'm Nicholas Boyce Smith from Create Streets.
So Mandela was a brilliant, among other things, he was a brilliant, intuitive psychologist. And what he realized is that beneath hostility and hatred lies fear of humiliation. And the first thing he needed to do was to show Fieldjun that he respected him, that he wasn't trying to bully or dominate him, and that he was happy to work with him and even for him instead of against him. And that was always Mandela's instinct. In prison, he made friends with the Afrikaner guards. He learned the Afrikaner language and he got to know Afrikaner history and culture. And it was all preparation for the day when he aimed to unite the nation. A less enlightened leader would have relished in humiliating Fieldjun and his followers. He or she would have said, these guys are racists, they're fascists, and they would have been right. But Mandela's attitude was, well, we're all in this country together, we have to try and make it work. And that didn't mean avoiding differences, by the way. So one of the first things that Mandela spoke about after serving tea to Fieldjun was how much the general and his people had hurt him. He spoke about his 27 years in prison, spoke about being ripped apart from his family, never getting to know his children. And Fieldjun listened, and he understood that, and as a result of that honesty, he trusted him. So, why am I telling this? What does it all mean in our very different context? Well, first of all, I think it reminds us that people who have very different values can still work together and be in dialogue together. So when I hear people saying that somebody should be considered beyond the pale because they are, I don't know, hostile to immigration or they have different views about sex and gender, I think of Mandela dealing with literal white supremacists who literally wanted to threaten to kill him. And I think, well, if Mandela can do that, we can manage. And second, that in order for this to happen, there has to be some acknowledgement of our opponents' humanity and their right to share this country with us. So Mandela showed Fieldjun that he respected his history and traditions, that he wasn't out to crush Afrikaner culture, but to incorporate it into the new democracy. And that enabled Fieldjun to reconsider his enmity. And the third thing I think this tells us is this isn't about putting aside differences. It's about putting them to work. Mandela's honesty about his hurt was crucial, I think. And I sometimes think that the discussions and seminars and conferences we have like this one where we talk about putting aside our differences can verge on the anodyne. I'm sure this one won't. That sentiment of, why can't we all just get along and agree on things can wear a little thin. And even the rhetoric about culture war actually feels a little forced to me. What's wrong with having passionate disagreements about sort of deeply important cultural issues? I don't understand why they're any less important than tax rates or town planning. We don't need to get along. We shouldn't all get along. We're very different. We have different experiences, different beliefs, different opinions, and some of them are passionately held, right? So we're going to have rows, and that's okay. In fact, that's good. And this is the point about maintaining a shared bond, or shared bondage, if you like. So one way of thinking about this is, look, we're all stuck here on this rainy island, so we might as well make the best of it. It's not that it means our disagreements go away or that they aren't important. It's the opposite, in fact. Having a shared bond means that we can disagree more forcefully, more honestly, and more constructively than we would if we didn't share anything at all. So that's all I wanted to say for now, and I'm now going to introduce some far more experienced and interesting people on this subject than me. And so I'm going to start with Gemma Mortensen. So, and Gemma, if I miss out anything out of this introduction, you can feel free to add it in. Gemma is an award-winning social entrepreneur and a thinker and practitioner in how to bring about transformative systemic change. She runs a charity called New Constellations and is on the board of More in Common. New Constellations is an initiative to help communities imagine and create a future of human and planetary flourishing. And Gemma sits on the global advisory boards of the University's International Leadership Center and the Apolitical Foundation. we have Alex Smith. Alex here is the founder and CEO of the CARES family, which brings together people from different generations to build intergenerational solidarity. Alex was appointed one of the 20 inaugural Obama Foundation Fellows, selected from 21,000 applicants from around the world. In 2019, he became an Encore Public Voices Fellow in recognition of his work on generational unity. Alex was formerly an advisor to Ed Miliband when he was leader of the Labour Party, so he knows a thing or two about how to bring warring factions together. Dame Sarah Khan is an independent advisor for social cohesion and resilience. Sarah is an expert on extremism. She's a former lead commissioner for the Commission for Countering Extremism. In March 2021, Sarah was appointed by the Prime Minister as the government's independent advisor for social cohesion and resilience. In 2008, she co-founded the women's-led counter-extremism organisation Inspire. For 10 years, Sarah worked nationally with local communities, schools and public bodies, countering extremist propaganda and directly challenging extremist organisations. Her work with Inspire was recognised as groundbreaking, resulting in numerous awards and distinctions. And joining us over video from the United States is the Right Honourable Rory Stewart, who I'm sure most of you know, former Secretary of State for International Development and London mayoral candidate. Rory is a senior fellow at the Jackson Institution, Yale University, and author of several books, including Places in Between and Can Intervention Work? Question mark. Between 2010-2019, he was MP for Penrith and the Border, the largest geographical constituency in England. But he didn't know that. And served in a variety of ministerial roles, including Prisons Minister, Secretary of State for International Development. He ran for the Conservative leadership in 2019, and his career has kind of summited now because he started a politics podcast with Alistair Campbell entitled The Rest is Politics, where they have some pretty hot and heavy disagreements, but constructive ones. Okay, so that's who our panel is, and who would like to go? So I'm going to start where I began with Gemma. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much. Well, morning. It's very nice to see you all. This is the first time I have sat since the end of the pandemic is at the end, I don't know, in front of real people on a real stage. Very rusty, you have to bear with me. So I thought I would just share a bit about the project that I'm working on at the moment in the hope of being able to talk a bit about the framing in which we situate this conversation of how we do or don't get on with each other, how we can do that better. And so the project I run with a little small team is called New Constellations. And we started it out of recognition that we are living through times of seismic change, of great shifts. And when I think about that, I think about a series of kind of interlocking crises that we're all confronting in one way or another. There's obviously the climate and ecological breakdown. There's the extent to which we're all witnessing in the very, very kind of day-to-day details and aspects of everybody's lives, the degree of social inequity, the failure of our economy in its current form to deliver for the majority of our population, the erosion of some of our democratic fabric and the institutions that have upheld it, as well as the basis of civic discourse on which we have depended for decades, for centuries. And linked into that, obviously, the pace of exponential technological change, which is going to define certainly my children and their children's lives in the generations to come. And we're witnessing a pace of change which arguably is unprecedented. I was with an Icelandic author last week, a man called Andris Snær Magnusson, if I've pronounced that well. And he wrote this very beautiful book called Of Time and Water. He's studied Nordic mythology. And he says that a child born today will witness a degree of change in their lifetime which is equivalent to the entire evolution of the human species that has preceded us. And so he says we are living in mythic times. We are living at a pace and scale of change that it is impossible for the human brain in its current evolutionary form to comprehend. And so what that means is that living in a context such as we are, Human beings, in their current kind of psychological disposition, react in two ways. We go into denial. We fail to face up to the things that are the reality around us, or we go into very, very short-term reactive cycles. And I think that we're seeing a lot of those short-term reactive cycles play out in our politics and in our many of the kind of social fora in which we find ourselves. And in those short-term reactive cycles, we all know that we can resort or revert to places of fear and defensiveness versus expansiveness and collaboration. And one of the things that I think is a great risk at this moment, living through times as we do, is that we don't give ourselves, create for ourselves, spaces in which people who are very different from each other, whether that's by nature of their political ideology or their age or their geography or any of their, their race, their cultural experiences, places of safety, and I don't mean that in an overly protective way, I mean places in which people can develop very strong bonds of trust with each other, where people can make mistakes, where people can say things they're not sure about, where people can say things that maybe that they change their minds about very, very quickly, but where people, it's not like Twitter exactly. People can explore the big issues of the day. They can, I thought it was really interesting what you said about Mandela, about sharing his pain. And what New Constellations does is we take people, we use myth, because we use archetypes, a kind of story of archetypes, because everyone can meet in those places. They aren't predefined, this is my territory, this isn't your territory. And we enable people to spend very deep time. We do a lot of audio recording so people can hear each other. We do a lot of deep listening, explore what is this crazy, crazy historical time that we're living through. What does that mean? What does it feel like on a very visceral human level? And then what is it that people want to see in the world that we create for ourselves, our children, our grandchildren going into the future? And what we're finding is that how people talk about their emotional experience of these times is incredibly similar. And the relief that people report feeling, hearing people who are different from themselves, saying the same things about their pain and their hope and their grief at what's going on, all of these different emotions, is so bonding between people that then when you have a conversation about the future and what it is that we want to build together and what's at stake and what we're prepared to compromise and how we're prepared to get on with each other, even if we do feel that we're not different in the ways that superficially play out day to day, it enables a completely, completely different conversation. And so my plea, I guess, in this conversation and thinking about the things that we can do for each other and with each other in ways that, my fellow panelists and many of you in the audience are doing in incredible ways day in, day out, is one, to invest in those spaces. They can take place in myriad forms through many, many different vehicles in different ways, but also to invest in leaders that can uphold the kind of values that will meet this moment, that will enable us to see the best of ourselves and the leaders that represent us in meeting the times that we're in.
Fascinating, thank you. And so interesting that you're thinking about it in terms of emotions and sentiments and instincts, and not just sort of this rational idea that we're all going to get together and talk as if we're in an Oxford seminar. I think that's right. So, okay, Alex, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Ian, and thank you, Gemma, for starting us off on a very human note, I think. You talked about short-term reactive cycles, and there's a concept that I've learned in the last few years which has been incredibly helpful for me to see the long game of where we all are headed, which is this thing called the 200-year present. And everyone can do this in the room right now. Imagine the oldest person that you know personally. They might be 80, 90, 100 years old. And the lifespan that they've lived, the things that they've seen, the change that they've experienced in this world, the lives that they've lived. I'm thinking of Olive, who I work with, who's 106 years old and who lives 10 minutes down the road from me in North London. And then imagine the youngest person that you know. In my case, 1-year-old baby twins. You'll all know children in your own lives. And think about the lives the life that person, that child, is going to live in the next 100 years. That's the 200-year present. Those two lives overlap, and in the course of that 200 years, the world can change beyond our contemporary understanding. And that can help us all, I think. For some people, that may make people feel insignificant, that the span of time and change is so vast, but actually, the world has changed so much because of the contribution that people around the world have made, people like Nelson Mandela, for example, and Gemma, who are doing incredible things to help people come together. So that felt to me like a useful place to start, given that we are living in times of short-term reactive cycles. The Cares family brings older and younger people together to share time, new experiences, laughter, pain in some instances. I think of the last 2 years where people have been together on the phone and online, and older people sharing with younger people who have lost 2 years of their 20s to this thing, helping to give those younger people a sense of patience and perspective, that there is hope, that there is a good thing on the other side of this. And it's not just older and younger people we work with, because if you work with people in their 90s and people in their 20s, there are all sorts of intersections within those two demographics of people, whether that's, the middle class has swelled massively in the last 40 or 50 years in this country. The ethnic diversities, the racial diversities, the attitudinal diversities between older and younger people, which play out in elections, et cetera, and in the media quite a lot. And we bring those two groups of older and younger people together. And I just want to tell two very brief stories. The first is about Roy and Jack. Roy lives in the part of Peckham that hasn't changed very much since it was built just after the war. He's in his 70s. He dropped out of school aged 15 and worked as a steelmaker and a postman. He's got the sort of Cockney accent that you don't hear very much amongst younger people these days. I don't have it either, even though I was born and raised in Camden because of the era in which I was born. And Ray mostly spends his time indoors. He's very isolated because he has a lung condition, in particular in the last couple of years. Because of Roy's experience in the world, he was passionately in favour of leaving the European Union in 2016. And remains passionately opposed to most forms of immigration to this country. And in 2013 or 14, South London Cares, which is part of the Cares family that I run, matched Roy with somebody in his late 20s, early 30s, whose name was Jack. Jack had a PhD in history from Oxford University, very well educated, very well traveled around the world, very different from Roy in terms of his educational experience and experience of the world in general. He lives in the gentrified part of Peckham, 5 minutes away from Roy, where new apartment blocks have gone up. He's often on his phone. This part of Peckham is a 5-minute walk from Roy, but 1,000 miles away culturally. And he commutes to his office in central London, where he spends time with other people who are like him, who are digitally savvy, most of whom he admits are quite urban, liberal, metropolitan in terms of their attitudes. And he is a Labour supporter and was passionately in favour of remaining in the European Union in 2016, and his wife was a migrant from the European Union. So we matched these two people together for friendship based on games of Scrabble, trips to the pub to watch football and cricket, conversations. And they featured in a program called The Culture of Encounter, a BBC radio program produced by Douglas Alexander a few years ago. And what Jack said, I just wanted to read out, because he said, this is the 30-odd-year-old, "It's easy to get siloed. You only meet people with a similar outlook, a similar experience range. Meeting Roy has broadened my horizons and given me a better understanding of my own community, because you see it through someone else's eyes." That's the impact of younger and older people coming together and sharing bonds, time, experience, and relationships. The other very brief story I'll touch on is two people who were having a wonderful time at a North London Cares film night. This is about 10 years ago now. And they were laughing, they were joking, they were sharing experience, they were talking about the film, when all of a sudden, the older person, and I should mention, by the way, that these feel like stereotypes. They may even feel like I've made these characters up. These are real people involved in the Cares family. The older person, for some reason, said, "I don't approve of mixed-race relationships." And the young person could very easily have been deeply offended by that, cancelled the older neighbour, and got up and walked out. But in fact, she led with her humanity first. She said, "That's a real shame, because my partner's from a different ethnicity than I am, and he's lovely." She used humour, she used empathy, and she tried to listen to why the older person had the attitude that she did. 10 years later, I don't know whether the older person that I'm speaking about has changed her attitudes, but I do know that she's changed her behaviours. because she now spends time with and relates to and listens to people from every different background, every different place around the world. And that's, again, part of the impact of intergenerational connection, where people can, young people don't have the currency of their jobs. They don't answer that question with older people that's asked of them in other walks of life. What do you do? Being a management consultant with 106-year-old Olive doesn't mean very much. Instead, you've got to raise your human emotions, your empathy, your sense of play, your kindness, your flirtation sometimes across generations. And that can lead to this real sense of togetherness. So I just wanted to start with those 2 points and say that, as Gemma said, we need more space for this type of interaction for people from different backgrounds to share genuine, human, meaningful experience in that context of short-term reactive cycles.
Thank you very much, Alex. Sarah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. And as someone who spent a great deal of time looking at how liberal democracies should respond to extremism, I wanted to look at this issue in particular, how do we preserve and build cohesive societies in our country? I think many of us know in this room that diversity and pluralism are foundational to a healthy democracy. But diverse democracies also bring with them a paradox and an uncomfortable truth. And that is that diversity can often lead to tension, conflict, and violence, even if we do have what appear to be a shared set of national values. And I think nowadays what we're seeing often, and I agree with Ian on this forced notion of culture wars, even there, I think in my view, the disagreement often lies on the interpretation of those values. So take, for example, the conflict that we saw in Birmingham in 2019 between teachers, for example, at Anderton Park Primary School who wanted to teach their primary pupils about LGBT rights, and how they were in conflict with religious parents who were outraged at the disrespect that they were seeing afforded to their religious belief. Both groups were claiming that they were supporting equality and human rights norms. Or the current conflict we're seeing between women's rights activists and trans activists, again, both sides claiming that they are standing up and supporting equality and human rights values. So how do we address this and the wider paradox in diverse democracies that I mentioned earlier? I think we can all tell that history has testified time and again how clashes between different identity groups have been one of the major drivers of human conflict. And we know from social identity theory that human beings have an extremely strong tendency to form groups, to characterize people as being part of the in-group or out-group or membership of certain groups. Now, this isn't a bad thing in of itself, for example, supporting a particular football team or a political party and so on. But the problem arises when we view the out-group or them, for example, people of different races, religions, political views, genders, and so on, as a threat to us or the in-group. And where healthy, passionate, and disagreement, which of course is vital in democracy, moves across the red line into the territory of threatening hostility, incitement, discrimination, censorship, or any other activity which attempts to marginalize and ostracize the other. And of course, this is often exacerbated by new and growing threats, which include unregulated and uncountable social media platforms, the rise of disinformation, and the mobilization of the conspiracy movement, and so on. And I believe a democracy's inability to restrain this harmful and dangerous behavior in a proportionate way, I would add, will undoubtedly undermine the cohesive and democratic nature of our societies and lead to the fracturing of our communities. So how do we respond to these challenges? I certainly don't have all the answers, but I would propose the following 3 points. Firstly, to invest in national and local social cohesion policies. Social cohesion, has often been remarked, is the glue that holds democratic societies together. It lies at the heart of a functioning and healthy democracy and is key to both preventing and tackling a range of social ills and disagreements. And I think too often over the last 20 years, social cohesion policy has often been reactive. Instead, it has to be meaningfully embedded in local and national policies. How do we build and protect inclusive, resilient, and cohesive societies? But that fundamentally requires a strategic approach. And I think expecting cohesion to occur naturally or organically is a serious and dangerous gamble. And the failure to develop a long-term and consistent approach to social cohesion with a clear, positive narrative and vision for our country often creates numerous vacuums which are filled by extremists and authoritarian actors who do not support democratic values. And as Gemma touched on, I think this type of leadership is absolutely essential. Secondly, the role of independent institutions to hold governments, public bodies, employers, and others to account is critical in democracies. But I believe the role and value of independent institutions is much more. When national values conflict, they provide either legal judgment or clear guidance on such issues, which helps strengthen our values and critically the interpretation of them. So Birmingham City Council, on behalf of Anderton Park Primary School, took some of those key protesters to court, and the judge ruled entirely in favour of the school. And following that judgment, the tense conflict and protests fizzled out, which just simply hadn't been possible before. I mentioned the trans activists' women's rights conflict earlier. When there's been so much disagreement about the rights of trans women, especially within women's spaces, it's vital that bodies like the Equality and Human Rights Commission weigh into this very live debate to make clear what the law says and how to balance competing rights. And that's what they did, to help provide guidance and better understanding when there is so much disagreement, anger and tension. Independent institutions and public bodies need to wade into these issues rather than sitting on the fence. Thirdly, we need to be much more adept at horizon scanning and picking up early warning signs of conflict, tension and violence. And I'm afraid rather than being on the front foot and having a policy response to say things like dangerous conspiracy theories, we are too often on the back foot. Instead of being ahead of the curve in preventing early conflict from occurring, too often we are behind the curve, where we are engaged in damage limitation when the damage to communities, individuals and cohesion has already been done. And I saw this time and time again when I was at the Commission for Countering Extremism. Local authorities responding too little or too late, or unsure what to do when conflicts are emerged, or worse, choosing inaction, or even sometimes supporting perpetrators. As a result, I saw how in towns and cities, hate crime went up, the fracturing that occurred within and between different communities, and the recruitment of angry, disaffected people into extremist groups and so on. I'm obviously out of time, but I just want to also end on the point, and I think it's a point that Ian and all my other panellists have touched on, that this isn't just about institutions, policies or values. I think it's we and each and every one of us have a responsibility as human beings, as citizens, to help social capital to thrive and to play our own part in strengthening our democracy and to disagree in a more compassionate, ethical and human way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tara. Rory, can you hear us? You are, great. Can we hear you?
So thank you. You are good. Apologies also because I seem to have a dodgy internet connection. So if it gets very dodgy, I might switch off the screen to get you better bandwidth. But if you're okay, I'll make a few brief remarks and not overdo it, just in case it gets better on the internet. I think the first thing that struck me when I was working on these issues is that it's very easy to lurch from a great feeling of compromise and wanting to work with other people and planning on the ground to suddenly find yourself as an individual digging your heels in. And my experience of this is that I came from into British politics, having been working in Iraq and Afghanistan, where I had very charitable views.
I think we might wait until Rory's connection is restored. And we'll keep going in the meantime. Oh, here he is. You just cut out, but you're back.
Okay, here we are. We can keep talking to the camera, and I hope it'll be better for you. So when I came back from Afghanistan, I found myself suddenly then realizing in British politics, I found it much more difficult to separate myself, and much more difficult to be relaxed about, for example, Scottish nationalism. I felt incredibly strongly that the United Kingdom should remain together, and
they voted. And I felt in rooms of 300-400 people that it was quite easy to develop a sense of I suppose, common agendas and get people understanding their differences. But of course, I was totally defeated in my attempt. And indeed, it turned out that instead of British politics being a sort of a bell shape where all opinion was in the middle, it was in fact a sort of U-shape where all the opinion was at the extremes, and people like me trying to sit in the middle on Brexit were actually in a very small minority. So what's the solution to this? I think the first thing is that I felt as a working politician that one way through this is to try to focus much more on the local and the specific. In particular, to move the debate of highly abstract conversations, which could be Brexit against Remain, or could be big questions of equality and structure of the state, onto the questions of what's actually happening in your own neighborhood. I found if you could get people to get off their ideological high horses and stop talking about the Saudi bombing of Yemen, and instead focus on how they were going to get broadband into a village in Cumbria, it was remarkable how much people came together. But I think I am aware, when I get up every morning and make rude comments about Boris Johnson, that I'm preaching what I don't really practice. I think it is immensely difficult psychologically, bringing oneself to a place where one can actually take seriously people with whom one disagrees. And here I think I would conclude by saying the key is often rules in a constitution, legal rules, rules in debate in Parliament. That's why I believe very, very strongly that it's important that the ministerial code is upheld and that one thinks very carefully about questions such as whether you can lie in Parliament, because I think constructive debate, disagreeing agreeably, constructive engagement relies on a shared set of rules about truth, about what is honourable, and about a sense that you are engaged in a sincere attempt jointly to arrive at the truth. And there I think we need to think, if we have any time, about the image of the public park. But given that my internet connection is obviously so dubious, I'm going to stop talking there. Thank you.
That was great, Rory. Thank you very much. And we heard you pretty much loud and clear all the way through that. So, that's good. Thank you. Okay, fascinating series of talks here that provoke many thoughts. I'm going to start by asking about patriotism, slightly kind of provoked by Rory's comparison of the way that he reacted to the Scottish independence debate. The way that patriotism is about sentiment and emotion and just sort of feeling as much as it is about, or more than it is about a kind of rational assessment of one's interests. And I wonder if it's become slightly underrated amongst people like us, perhaps, as a way of bringing people together, because people on the left are rather suspicious about it. Some people on the right can go rather over the top about it, and whether or not there is potential for a kind of inclusive patriotism to be one of the bonds that gets us beyond kind of futile squabbling. Let me put that to you, Sarah. What's your feeling about that?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I think you're right. I think there are, like you said, sections on the left who are deeply suspicious of it. There are sections of the right who veer towards, I suppose, far-right extremism, I'd argue, something that I see quite regularly, moving into nationalism. I actually just wonder how much of the British people are in that inclusive, patriotic phase already. I suspect there is quite a vast majority who are. So yeah, I think it definitely is a kind of inclusive, shared value that exists already. But how much we feel comfortable talking about it is something I don't see that often. And maybe that's part of, because as soon as you open your mouth and say anything about any of these issues, you're going to get attacked by somebody on either side. But I suspect that a large proportion of the population do believe in a kind of an inclusive patriotism. I mean, lots of the surveys and polls that I've seen at the moment is British people in this country are very proud of living in democracy. They support democratic rights and values. That's not the discussion here. I think what we're seeing concern around, actually, in terms of polls and statistics, is how a lot of people are feeling disillusioned with democracy because they think it's not working for them, or they are seeing a failure in the way politicians are behaving. And I think that obviously is going to cause damage. And I don't know how much that will damage people's perceptions of an inclusive country and being patriotic. But I suspect for a lot of people who do have those concerns, I would turn it around and say, well, to stand up and to speak truth to power, or to challenge our leaders, that is being patriotic. To call out untruth and to speak for truth, as Rory mentioned, I think is a form of patriotism. And I think if we can develop that type of approach, I think that's what's really desperately needed.
Yeah, that's interesting. Either if you want to...
I'll just say that patriotism isn't just about a beating heart, it's about empathy. It has to be about empathy. If you're searching for some form of connection with 65 or 70 million other people, you have to do something to put yourself in some other people's shoes. I would say patriotism is also about action. The most British stat I know is that 72% of adults in this country think that knowing their neighbours is important, and 73% of British adults don't do anything to know their neighbours themselves. So like it's this keep calm, this fetishization of this keep calm and carry on mentality, this stiff upper lip mentality that says that we can care passionately about something like community and neighbourliness, which to me is patriotism, but we're not going to do very much to nurture it, right? So for me, it's about empathy, it's about action, and one of the huge problems that we have, the title of this session is called Beyond the Culture War. It's a tiny minority of people that are the generals in this culture war. Most people are quite empathetic towards others, and that's borne out in all sorts of evidence. The problem that we have is that that tiny minority exist in some cases in parliament and political discussions. They certainly exist in the media. They have disproportionate influence over the rest of us, and they are manipulating that truth that 72% of people think knowing their neighbours is important, but 73% don't know their neighbours themselves. They're manipulating the separations that we have physically from one another and emotionally from one another in order to gain politically, economically, etc. So my view is that we need a new national story that shows, you called it inclusive patriotism, I would definitely agree with that, and almost shows that from an immigration point of view, for example, John Lennon had Irish heritage. Winston Churchill had American heritage. This is an island of people from all over the world that has welcomed people because of its strategic location through trade, culture, etc., etc. And I think that needs to be at the heart of that kind of inclusive patriotism.
Just thinking about when politicians try to celebrate patriotism, this comes along every few years. Perhaps, Rory, you could talk about this. Whoever is the Prime Minister will decide we need a kind of new story of the nation and we need to bring people together. And it always falls a little bit flat because we end up talking about values, and the values tend to be quite anodyne and not particularly British, freedom and fairness and so on. So how do you deal with that, do you think, Rory?
Thank you. So I think you're absolutely right. It's a very comical thing. Just to take people back, you'll remember that John Major had a go at this in the mid-90s, where he produced a great speech about warm beer and cricket pitches. And then Robin Cook had a go at it in the early 2000s, where he made a speech about chicken tikka masala being the British national dish. And Gordon Brown had a stab at it. And David Cameron had a stab at it. And as you say, it always sounds completely anodyne and banal. We sort of lurch between talking about keep calm and carry on and talking about the National Health Service, which is what the Olympics opening ceremony was largely about. But obviously underneath the surface, there is a big problem. One problem is that traditional British patriotism of the sort that people who are of an older generation were brought up with in textbooks in the 1950s and 1960s was connected to things which now have less and less relevance. So clearly for my father, British patriotism was primarily, I mean, he was born in 1922, was primarily about the Queen, it was about the British Army, and somewhere in the background was some notion that we had the mother of all parliaments, and it attempted to communicate quite a deferential ordered society. But, of course, the truth is we live in the most modern mobile society on earth. Right? Almost everything that John Major talked about in the 1990s and everything that Robin Cook talked about in the 2000s seems very, very out of date very quickly. You know, I remember when I was running to be mayor of London, I thought I could define London in terms, or Britain in terms of some weird dynamic on the one hand between Stormzy and 6 million people becoming members of the National Trust. And I realized 3 years later that that sounds also very, very outdated. And why is that? It's because we are in a hectically modern society, and identity and patriotism usually depends on notions of deep history and tradition, which are simply lacking really in very, very mobile modern lives. And therefore, what patriotism is has to be perpetually reinvented. And on that, I really would recommend this wonderful book by Yashka Monk called The Great Experiment, if people have time to read it, in which he argues that we should think about countries, yes, in terms of a national identity and shared values, but we should think about them in terms of the metaphor of a public park, something where people from all different diverse backgrounds can gather, performing a lot of very diverse activities. You could be pushing a buggy, you could be the kind of guys I see in Hyde Park running around in high-vis vests, charging up and down between traffic cones for football. You could be a Saudi visitor, you could be whatever, but you all are respecting the same space, playing by the same rules, and engaging with each other. Enough from me.
I feel sometimes very patriotic when I'm in a local park on a summer's day or outside the gates of my school for precisely that reason. Gemma, do you want to address this briefly, and then we're going to take it to the audience?
Well, I mean, just to pick up on your last comment, I think, you know, what is the unit of patriotism? And we're led to believe that it has to be, you know, celebrating our nationhood on a very macro level. Does it? I mean, when I feel patriotic, I often feel that when I'm walking around. I live on the edge of Dartmoor, walking around this incredibly beautiful land with these ancient paths that for millennia people have walked along this land and celebrated, you know, the earth on which we tread. I feel patriotic in my local, village square when I bump into somebody of a very different generation from me and I have a conversation that I would not normally have. And I think the difficulty in values is when you talk about them, they die. When you experience them lived in another person's life, or you see them lit up in someone else's eyes and you feel them. And I think that, the conversation that we need to have is, again, you know, whether it's the public park or whether it's the work that Alex does or the institutions that Sarah's talking about, you know, how do we let people live and experience these values? And I think that there's one of the pieces of research of More in Commons that I think is excellent, and yes, health warning, I'm on the board, I'm not entirely objective, is a report that was recently done called Dousing the Flames about the culture wars. And one of the things that's remarked upon in that report is that British people, the majority of British people, are not scared, in fact, think we need to have, you know, the messier conversations about our history and blah, blah, blah. You know, people are prepared to go there. It's just how we do it. And that, second of all, people want to look forward into a future and celebrate the best of what this country has to offer and believe that we can meet this moment of change. We're a very adaptive nation. We have what it takes to do something really beautiful and big, you know, going forwards. And instead we are trapped in these feedback loops of negativity and dystopia. It's just not needed. So I think going back to this question of what is the unit of that more hopeful, aspirational vision of the future that, you know, is patriotic, but it's not, you know, it doesn't only have to be about ideas of national identity. It can be about how we experience each other and how we experience this beautiful country we're all a part of.
Beautifully put. Thank you very much, Gemma. Okay, so has anyone got a question? You can address the panel in general or one of us in particular. 2 hands up. Yes, sir. Here's your mic.
Sorry. Thank you. I suppose just on the theme of patriotism, do you think British patriotism is accessible enough for new arrivals? So I used to live in America, America has a lot of racial issues, relations with African Americans and how they treat them. But I think as a new arrival, as an immigrant in America, their patriotism is very accessible. And we sometimes probably look down on that as British people, how they fly their flag in their backyard. But maybe there's something to be learnt from that. So can British patriotism be more accessible, or is that actually antithetical to British patriotism itself? Could we learn something from the Americans in that regard, or I don't know?
I'm going to ask Sarah about that. What do you think?
Yeah, it's, I mean, I'm increasingly seeing more people in this country put British flags outside their homes. I don't know if it's just where I live, but I'm certainly seeing more of it, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't make, I mean, it doesn't have an effect on me either way, to be honest. I mean, I think what's interesting about America is the whole concept of the American dream, and I think that's what they do incredibly well, where it doesn't matter where you are from, when you come to America, you have the ability to buy into that dream, that dream is achievable for you as it is for anybody else. I don't think we have something like that in the UK, and I know this has been discussed before, but I think that's a real issue that's missing. And I think it does go back to this point of how do you make it inclusive? I mean, you know, how do we welcome people to this country? And I just wonder whether a lot of the times it's done in a very tokenistic way. Yes, we do we teach people about citizenship and things like that. But I know there are certain challenges. I mean, some of the refugees that have come from Afghanistan, for example, and from other parts of the world, I know that there are struggles where we are having to teach people about gender equality, women's rights, things like that, where the values there in places like Afghanistan are clearly not the same in a Western democracy like Britain. So I think it's a bit of give and take, but then also making sure that we are truly welcoming, open, that people feel that they can achieve everything that they want to do. To a certain degree, I think we do that quite well already, but there's certainly a lot of improvement. I mean, I look at my father's generation. He came to this country in the 1960s, and he believed that. He believed, and he taught us as children, that you can achieve anything you want in this country. You just have to work really hard. And so in one sense, I think we do that quite well, but I think in other aspects we don't. I'm not sure why I'm making myself clear. But I think having something like the American dream that the Americans do is where we are lacking in this country. Or maybe we're just not vocal about it. I don't know, but it's just something that I do feel is lacking.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who else would like to ask a question? Men with their hands up, I wonder. Okay, so you, sir, yeah, so just on your right here, gentleman with blonde hair. Here we go.
Hi. One question I kind of had, which is, yeah, you've all kind of mentioned how very much it's people on the fringes of the culture war who kind of like stoke a lot of its nature. And for that, I was kind of wondering where you see like the role of the media in this, because it seems increasingly quite a good way to get yourself a newspaper column or invited onto a news panel show is to hold the most controversial views on culture war issues. So I was wondering whether you kind of agree with this as a phenomena, and if so, what kind of can be done about it?
Rory, you're on a podcast with Alistair Campbell. How do you feel about divisive media figures?
Well, there's absolutely no doubt that if you're trying to flog a radio show or a television show or a newspaper, you want people who sound interesting and original, and that tends to mean people who say outrageous things. Nobody's awfully interested in listening to everybody saying rather bland, welcoming things. They like to see a bit of a fight. So I think that the media does play a part in this. I think obviously social media has a very particular, peculiar role. I mean, social media is a kind of bizarre part of this, because social media means that we suddenly get stuck in these extraordinary temporary coalitions of protest, which I felt very strongly during the Arab Spring, which I think was very important to Trump's victory and very important actually to populism and authoritarianism around the world. So I think social media is very much part of the story. And I think that the way to fight back is that the center ground needs to have its own anger, its own energy. I quite liked actually your speaker saying needs its own humor, its own flirtation. I mean, one of the things that I feel I had the traumatic experience of rewatching my disastrous leadership debate against Boris Johnson. But one of the things that I took away from that was that I was coming across when I was saying, you can't have a different Brexit deal which isn't going to cause problems in Ireland. I sounded like a sort of incredibly boring, pedantic schoolteacher. Perhaps if I had been more relaxed, funnier, more flirtatious, I might have had more chance of making it through the debate alive.
Politics is hard. Okay, so can we get another question from this side? Because I'm attentive to the identity politics of the room. I know all the people on the right side are like, well, why haven't we had any questions? We're here on the right side. Yeah, this gentleman in the purple jumper here is just, it's all men again, I don't know.
Hi there. I'd be interested to know what the first two speakers, the experience they've had with the work they're doing, particularly in the local communities, how the national education system might benefit or learn from that, how our kind of current curriculum could learn from the effectiveness of their local work.
Your question as well. Who's the lady who had their hand up here? It was you. And then we'll take both of them. And you can choose which one you want to address.
So I think all four of the speakers referred to a concept of almost implying that there could be achieved a sort of steady state where you move towards a sort of better understanding and maybe more of this utopia concept of with building on all of these projects that all the speakers are involved with. I just wonder whether, and particularly reflecting on arguably one of the greatest examples of a peace process coming to conclusion with the Good Friday Agreement in Northern Ireland and the Republic, whether there's something to consider there about when you have to revisit that, as I think was actually just briefly touched on there, the experience of having to go back to what is arguably very painful memories and be revisited in a new political context years on, whether there's a piece there about how you need to keep having those conversations after having reached an arguably steady state as it could have been seen.
I'm going to address the questions back, so we'll start with that one because I think that's a great question for Gemma, and then we'll come on to your question about education.
First, on the ladies' question, not the second one. So I'm not sure. I think there is a steady state anymore. I think those times are gone, if I'm honest. I think there's, thinking of, there's a recent book by Mervyn King and John Kay about living in times of radical uncertainty. There's great work by a guy called John Seeley Brown, who's one of the people who, in the early days of Silicon Valley, around living in a whitewater world. I think we are living in times that are radically uncertain, in which we are living through whitewater, and we will continue to do so. And so whether that is, as you say rightly, this idea that we need to keep coming back to things which will have a very, very long half-life, longer than we can possibly believe. And I think we're seeing that in many, many aspects of British history. And instead of being afraid of that, being able to hold space for people who have to and need to, and we all do, talk about, revisit, enable us not to suppress, another great British trait, just block stuff off, block it down. No, we need to be able to keep feeling this, keep revisiting these huge things that we're all living through. And whether that's from our past and what it can teach us, that's an excellent example of things that I think we've, worked through in some ways very well as a country, and in some ways not well enough as a nation. But yeah, I think there's a real danger that we become so rabbits in the headlights about what is facing us that we forget to learn the lessons of the past, we forget to reclaim what we love from the past and to bring that with us into a future. But there's something around the idea that I was thinking about, this idea of restitching. And I really love it as a kind of concept under which to have the conversation. But I also think there's something about it which assumes that we have all the parts that we need to reassemble again. And I'm not sure that's true. I think we need some, new threads to weave into the fabric. And so the question we need to have with each other, I think, is, what are the threads of the past that we can learn from? What are the things in our present that we want to keep sight of? And what are the things that we need to anticipate in the future that, as everybody has said, is something that we can't possibly yet imagine? And how do we practice ways of going through that process together? Because it's a muscle we all need to build, and if we don't build it, we'll lose it, and then we will all be in very, very serious trouble. And I think our schools are an incredibly important forum in which to do that.
Right. Are we... Okay. Let's take one more question before we go. Yes, so you in the brown jacket, got a mic for this guy here? I'm going to have to do this quite quickly.
Well, I wanted to ask if our panel recognise a process whereby culture wars are also sometimes a kind of term of abuse that can be used to belittle members of the public on issues that really matter to them. Because I think I grew up in an era where Gordon Brown called that woman bigoted. I think if that conversation were to happen today, he wouldn't call her bigoted. He'd say she was fighting a culture war, and I think that's a problematic part of this discussion that too often is overlooked. One of the things that's happened since Brexit, and is very much part of the context of this conversation, I think, is that people are a bit more comfortable expecting the public life, the media, our politicians, to live up to the values that they hold and expect to be expressed in public, and that's not always necessarily a bad thing.
Indeed. Would anyone like to address that briefly?
I would just say briefly to kind of thread. I don't know, can you hear me? Yeah. To thread a couple of things here. Schools and communities and the media, the other question. The space in between those is very big, right? The educational experience we have and what we're fed by the media. And in the media now I think of headlines about generations at war and the generation gap and OK Boomer and all of this sort of stuff, and it perpetuates the problem, absolutely. But also to thread it with the question about, is our identity accessible for migrants? I think part of the identity that we've created for ourselves through schools is completely inaccessible to a generation of people who are still experiencing it in our schools, which is about flag and wars and Tudors and, you know, history, which is untouchable and unrelatable. And my main point really is that whether at the national level, I said we need a new national story and the media has a role in that, or at the community and the school level, we need a different story to tell one another and to tell in the collective, because stories work because they emote people, and the word emote shares a root with the word motivate. It's the MOT in the middle. It's the French to stir up. And that's what drives action, right? So if we're to overcome this British equanimity that I was talking about before, keep calm and carry on, and learn to live together, one of the things we need to do is to take action. All of us, everyone should commit in this room to do something on the way home, to listen to somebody different from you. And if we can do that, we might start the process, to bring it back to the question about peace, we might start the process of healing. I think we've got a lot of healing still to do.
Can I just make one point about the term culture wars? I mean, where do these terms from? Who sits there and creates this term and suddenly it becomes mainstream? I mean, I really dislike the term. I think the fact that it includes the word war is so incredibly divisive. Is there really a culture war going on in our country? I don't think the statistics show that. Yes, there's passionate disagreements about all kinds of things, from statues to all, you know, to a whole range of other issues. But I think this type of terminology is actually part of the problem. I think it actually makes discussions that Gemma's talking about, that, you know, Rory and Alex is talking about, really, really difficult. And it's not helpful, and I think we have to be really careful about how we mainstream these terms. Where do they be very suspicious of where they come from, whose agenda is it to have these terms, and actually try and find more positive terminology that reflects the kinds of these discussions that we want to have, recognizing that of course there are going to be disagreements, but having something like the term war is, in my view, just actually really counterproductive.
Agreed. I'm going to end on that point of agreement. Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Gemma. Thank you, Rory. That was a wonderful discussion. Thanks to everyone for being part of it.
Thank you very much, Ian. Thank you, everyone, for a beautifully nuanced and thought-provoking discussion, exactly the type of conversation we hope will continue throughout the day. I am now going to reduce the conversation that was multi-layered with multiple coloured tissues in it to a simple poll. The poll that you've all been voting on, but I think it is rather telling. You've all been voting on this question. If you had to choose, which of the following two statements would you agree with most? We should encourage a shared sense of national identity. Mine says 49%. We should encourage diversity of identity. 51%. And in that, I think, there hangs a metaphor for us all. It's now the break. The break is over there. Please be back in this room. You'll be ushered back from 4:20 past, for a discussion on regeneration. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, panel. Okay. That's enough having fun. Quieten down. Thank you. That's all the fun you're going to have, I'm afraid. Tea break is now officially over. Thank you. Thank you to our marvellous, important and generous speakers. More from them shortly. My name, as you may recall, is Nicholas Boyce-Smith, the Director of Create Streets, and I am your chair for this session, very kindly sponsored by Barclay Group, who are so generous they're not even on the panel, but we thank them all the same. To regenerate, a Latinate word, of a living organism to grow new tissue after loss or damage, to bring new and more vigorous life to an area, industry, institution, to revive, especially in economic terms. It's organic, isn't it, regeneration? The natural, the biomorphic regrowth of places and their prosperity, the rebirth of hope, the budding of potential. But have we throttled the life out of it? Created a top-down system of hyper-densification in a small number of sites, in which we're too reliant on plans and cost schedules, necessarily worked out by experts and large, deep-pocketed firms? Or realistically, is there perhaps no other way? Two stories for you from my own experience over the last decade. In the first, on a cold, dark day in January 2015, I visited an East London neighbourhood as part of an estate regeneration study into how well community engagement had been conducted. The process had been very procedurally well managed, but it had been one of what you might term responsive consultation. This is what we are proposing, what do you think? Rather than true engagement. What do you like? How can we empower you and your neighbours and work together? How can we be collective agents of change? Key questions had therefore never been asked. The tenants had never been asked what they liked best, what they most wanted. When I asked, what is your favourite place? The tenant's friend, paid for by the Housing Association, was genuinely shocked. Why do you ask that? He said to me. The reason, and it's one of the first and clearest memories from my time at Create Streets, that the reason was that the answer from tenants was an stunningly emphatic preference for traditional streets with small private gardens. I quote, terraced houses, just like in the old days. The old terraced houses were fabulous. We had little yards, and we'd talk over the back fences. You could pop over the road. Such a strong community. Nostalgic? Possibly. Emotional? Definitely. But perhaps not unreasonably so. The architect, a very well-meaning, a good man, told me that maximising open space and river views had driven the entire design. But when asked if residents would trade off some of this for a more conventional urban form of beautiful streets and back gardens, the answer, and I quote again, was yes, yes, yes. It was a powerful moment. Place, home, is, as I'm sure you will realise, deeply emotional, and so it should be. A second story. Let's fast forward to last month, when together with some of my marvellous team at Create Streets, I visited a town in the English northwest. I'm not telling you which one. A small local high street had been awarded funding, I think through the Future High Streets Fund, and this is not to beat up on the Future High Streets Fund. My colleagues and I were taken by the local community-led housing organiser, who was our guide, to meet two officials and the head of the local CLT, or Community Land Trust. The high street at present is really rather good. It's brick, paved at grade, as professionals say. That means that the carriageway is level with the pavement, and bollards demarked the two. We must have spent at least 25 minutes there, and I spoke to several shopkeepers. It was working well. Not a rich part of the country, but really quite busy for a midweek afternoon. There was, I think, one vacant shop, but not more. Pedestrians, cyclists, mobility scooters very much owned the street, and we saw many using it. Cars were coming through the street, but slowly. They knew they were guests, not the dominant species. Officials explained, proud of their suggestions, that the high street was not working at present, as taxis found it hard to get through quickly. They are proposing, and I'm not making this up, they're proposing to use the high street funding to put the high street back to a, quote, normal carriageway and pavement arrangements. Now, I spoke to shopkeepers. They were adamantly opposed to the idea. One said to me, and I'm not going to do a Liverpudlian accent, I like the high street as it is. I've got my bench outside and people come in all the time. Another street round the corner, open, without the same pedestrian first arrangement, was clearly struggling, with most of the shops vacant. Officials were genuinely shocked by our palpable shock at their proposals, stunned when we suggested that their ideas would make the street less prosperous and successful. The head of the CLT and some of the local shopkeepers are hopefully arranging a petition to show that the ideas are not popular. I don't know. what will happen next. Two stories, ladies and gentlemen, from 6 years apart. And they set, I think, two of the themes for our discussions with our expert panel today. The national picture is, where do we regenerate? How do we regenerate when it's hard to play the land value ticket? How do we help pension funds take early stage upfront risks when it is hard to do, which is hard to do with their risk profile? How do we regenerate where demand is, as economists count these things, low? And secondly, the local picture. That's perhaps particularly poignant for a conversation in central London. How do we regenerate locally? How can councils, housing associations, developers and others enable a virtuous circle of regenerative change? How do we ensure many actors? How do we manage the very high political and commercial risks? How do we ensure more homes and more affordable homes, whilst also creating places in which humans can thrive and flourish, and which are resilient and sustainable in the long term? My personal view, and I do have one, is that we've not been as good as we should have been at that over the last 20 years. How ultimately, just to come back to where I started, do we ensure that change, regeneration, is organic, going with the grain, symbiotic with existing places, not parasitic upon them? And what a panel we have to tease out these themes for our collective erudition. I'm going to introduce them as they speak. We had a discussion in the green room, and in the spirit of the first session, we couldn't agree whether we all wanted to speak at the panel, at the podium, or at the chair. So we've agreed we will do both, and I hope you can live with the messy flexibility that will create to our process. First up is someone who I know well, and I'm personally very grateful to the support she's been giving to me on other matters. Victoria Hills, the Chief Executive of the Royal Town Planning Institute, has spent over 20 years, she started when she was very young, in senior roles in planning, transport, organisational leadership and development, working for all three mayors of London, and was head at the Old Oak Regeneration Mayoral Development Corporation. So without further from me, thank you, and over to Victoria.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nicholas. I'm probably going to confuse the mic guy now, because this is dissent amongst the ranks. It's the chorister in me. I don't sing anymore, but I've got to stand up if I'm speaking. Firstly, have we got any town planners in the room? Fantastic. It's always great to have you. Any of my members, RTPI members? Fantastic. You're all very welcome. I'm just going to focus on three things, if I may, in the short time. I've got the stop clock going, Nicholas, so you're not cutting me short. I'm going to focus firstly in terms of the location, then the local, and then the future. On the location, as a planner myself, we really like to focus on location. It's location first. And we've been saying for some time the most sustainable place to put communities, and by that we mean employment, places we spend time as well as live, is in places that already exist or brownfield land where something previously existed. Why? Well, they're very well connected. Usually they have amenities there in the first place. And you're not needing to put new bits of kit in, perhaps you're just needing to enhance it. But also they promote incredibly sustainable, healthy lifestyles, and increasingly health needs to come as part of this conversation. But of course we've also got new places where infrastructure's coming. So if infrastructure's coming, then it would be a waste not to put places there, and HS2 is a case in point. So the Crossrail Elizabeth Line stations which are opening today. Putting development around places where people can have choices of how they move rather than being locked into one particular mode, for example, the private car. And of course, it's not just about health, it's about net zero. And it's about ensuring that we put development in the places not just that are easy to move around, but also they have plenty of existing resources, water, power, that kind of thing. It makes no sense at all that we're spending huge amounts of carbon pushing these scarce resources around the country. Why not just build in the places that they are if they're well connected? Nicholas mentioned mentioned valuing, and I think some of us are aware of ESG, environment, social and governance. I think environment came out the traps firmly last year. This year we're moving down the track with society and finding ways that we can value things better and give a greater value to some of those aspects I've just talked about rather than the easy route. Moving on to the local aspect and how can we do things better at the local level. Well, clearly involving communities right from the get-go has to be a part of that. But really just asking the basic questions like, why are we doing this? And more importantly, what do we, the community, current and future, wants to get out of it. And just an anecdote from Old Oak, we were in the business of building lots of homes there, or so we thought. But actually what the community wanted more than anything, the existing community, was jobs for their local children in areas of very high deprivation, Harlesden and the like around Old Oak. So having people on the ground speaking with the community right from the get-go, perhaps recruited from the community, is really important in understanding the what, but also the why. In terms of how you can deliver in a sustainable way that isn't stop-start and keeps going, I think we have to look beyond political cycles and providing certainty, not just to the inward investors and developers, but certainty to the community, that if you're having a conversation about what might happen one sunny day, that continuity follows through. And finding ways to do that, whether it's through stewardship, giving the community a stake in the ground, literally, and I think land ownership has to be a key part of that, and enabling local authorities, communities, to be able to buy more land, lifting the borrowing cap on some of that, and lifting the borrowing cap on some of the infrastructure to bring some of the land forward. And just on a technical point, that's why I think the forthcoming infrastructure levy consultation is one that I'm sure we'll all be paying attention to. So just looking to the future in my last minute, if I was going to try and light the mood a bit, I might say, well, all we need is more LURB, of course, the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. We've been having quite a bit of fun with that, actually. All you need is LURB. LURB me tender, I will always LURB you, closely followed up by endless LURB. But joking apart, as a professional institute, with the business of trying to promote excellent planning and have more planners doing that work in well-resourced roles, we're absolutely delighted. Again, to draw perhaps another analogy, we've just had a rather big football weekend. Planning has been promoted from the Championship in its standalone regulatory planning white paper over here, and it's been brought centre stage as part of a Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. We feel this provides an opportunity to not only elevate the status of planning, but get it properly resourced, which includes, right from the get-go, being able to resource local plans and getting local plans in place and being able to have that genuine, authentic engagement with the community. So we welcome the fact that regeneration is now a thing again. When I started planning 20 years ago, regeneration was a thing. Then we sort of fell out of love with that, or fell out of love with it. We're now back in love with regeneration, and that is a positive thing because it's about what this conference is about. It's about restitching society, the opportunity to actually think about the why and the what rather than just doing it and moving away from a numbers game into actually making something happen that's worthwhile and meaningful for everyone. I could talk further, but according to my stopwatch, I'm at 6 minutes. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the discussion.
All you need is LURB, the why and the what. Thank you, Victoria. And I'm now going to turn next to Danny Thorpe, who has been since 2018 the leader of the Royal Borough of Greenwich, and before that was the lead member for Regeneration and Transport. Regeneration, as Danny may say, is a politically difficult and fractious experience. Danny, thank you.
So the first thing I would say, having had 4 years as leader of an amazing borough, is that I have learned that regeneration is about people. And far too often people want to come into my office and talk to me about their landmark buildings or their SPDs or their version on what we think we need. And I always put back to them, look, what are you delivering for residents and people here in Greenwich? And I think maintaining that sense and focus on communities and individuals is really important, because regeneration is about how people live, work, play and interact with the things that we create, but also the things that are already there. And I think a real legacy for us in Greenwich has been learning that lesson. I think it's clear that you can't take the politics out of placemaking, and for better or worse, decisions are best made by locally elected people at a local level. People won't always agree with them, they won't always make the right decisions, but fundamentally they are accountable to the places that elect them. And the other thing which I think is really fascinating is that some of our strongest communities are places that are really thriving, but without necessarily being the most prosperous. And ultimately, I think we've gone through a real journey of actually trying to say, and having real examples of where in Greenwich we have strong fundamental communities that are linked together. And in the end, I don't want to live in a city where everyone exists above a Tesco Metro or a Sainsbury's local. And we really have to think about ground floor uses if we're going to promote cohesion and connectivity. Regeneration is not just about housing, like far from it, and I'm constantly astonished how many people still refuse to acknowledge that, and also what we have to do politically to then make sure that other things are linked. It's why we're campaigning really hard to deliver a DLR into Thamesmead. Thamesmead is one of London's few extraordinary opportunity areas that are left, but I will not accept or tolerate a bus that looks like a tram or something else that really isn't mass transit, because fundamentally we need a railway station in that part of town to deliver a true substantial regeneration. And of course, you know, an amazing day for us today with 2 new Crossrail stations opening in Woolwich. It's carnival fever in Woolwich right now. I came up unbelievably and arrived in Farringdon. It was like being in a time warp. But the reason that Crossrail has happened is because the council, businesses, key people who can't be here like Tony Pidgley got together, came up with a strategy to make it happen. You know, the fact is there was never going to be a station in Woolwich, and today the Mayor and the TfL Commissioner have just got off the train and there they are. So I think there's a real legacy for us there, but also a real fundamental policy example of where we really need to discuss people paying and contributing if the things we're going to do are going to be better for them. And I think in terms of infrastructure, that is vital. I think we've learned through some of the larger schemes that we've done that if you go too quickly, you can't integrate those new people into existing infrastructure, and that becomes a real pressure point. The fact is, in London, we've lost nearly 3,000 hospital beds since 2010. I think it's partly the reason that we were turning conference centres into war hospitals 2 years ago. And if I make an application now to build council housing, without fail, the first complaints I get are from people who say, I can't get into the GP, I can't get into the hospital, we can't have any more of this. But equally, I want well-funded, properly funded public services that are paying our public sector workers decent wages, and we should not be reliant solely or in any meaningful way, I think, on developer contributions, Section 106 and SEAL to do those things, because I think they can help, but they're not the sole answer. Finally, I suppose in terms of where we are at this particular point, COVID has been a massive game changer for how we live in this city and also the priorities of everyone who lives within it. And we really have to acknowledge that, I think, in the next phase of policy building. I think really in terms of, I suppose, the big COVID lessons for us, more housing or more green space is a ridiculous argument. And ultimately, I think what we've learned through the pandemic is that green space is vital to everyone. And in terms of regeneration, it's got to be intrinsically built in to that. We've also seen firsthand, I think, the changes to working patterns that are clearly here to stay. We have to think about that in terms of not just the homes that we build, but the places that we build where co-working can become more successful than perhaps it is now, and give people those opportunities. And the final point, I think, really, is the high streets that we've seen, you know, and grappled with in terms of decline. COVID has really accelerated what many people just didn't want to face up to. And ultimately, we, as policymakers, as developers, as a whole range of business leaders, need to really have an honest conversation about what the future of the high street looks like in this new world.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. In seconds before I was about to interrupt you. Thank you. A really rich and textured response there. Thank you. I'm going to turn to Fiona Fletcher-Smith now, the Chief Executive of L&Q. I think Fiona and I first met when she had a very senior role at the GLA. She's now running the biggest housing association in the country, and very much looking to their regeneration in the Midlands and the North West, as well as in London. So, I mean, in so much as you feel comfortable, Fiona, I'd be keen to open up the discussion from the local and the challenges, which are very profound, to questions of where and how widely we regenerate as well. Thank you. Fiona.
Great. Thank you, Nicholas. Yeah, absolutely. I am now, gamekeeper turned poacher, which is a fascinating change for me. But I always start by explaining what a housing association is. In the case of L&Q, we are a regulated housing charity. We own about 120,000 homes right across the country, everywhere from Preston to Kent. We're also one of the largest housing association developers. So this year we have built just over 4,000 new homes, about 61% of them for affordable tenures. But I'm 18 months into the job of being chief exec of this amazing organisation, and what really matters to me, to my board, to the organisation is the 250,000 people who've chosen to make an L&Q home their home. They are what matter to us, and we are tilting the business to dramatically improve investment in the existing homes, to dramatically improve our customer services, but at the same time to keep building. The figures change regularly, but we'll go for a figure of 300,000 new homes per year the country needs. We need a substantial number of those to be affordable in some way, whether that's affordable home ownership or affordable rent. And as a housing association, we see ourselves as one of the new great estates. We intend to be in areas, in places, in communities, in neighbourhoods for the long term. And we are, together with local government in that area, the long-term curators of place. But I just wanted to give you a few lessons from my, I'm very old, my long career working in and around regeneration, a lot of it on the gamekeeper side, so a lot of it from the public sector point of view. The first thing I would say is co-production is vital. It's a techie term, but we all know what it means. It's not about us without us. You can really only work with the grain of a place, the grain of a community. And really, as the professional, you don't know best. You really, really don't. When I was at the LSE many years ago, reading up about the history of housing and housing policy, the Octavia Hill approach to housing management has to be lost and ditched. We have set up a resident services board at L&Q, where we now have 2 members of that board on our main group board, making the high-level strategic decisions about where the business goes. It really matters. Obsessing with hard infrastructure has got to stop. Yes, the homes, the roads, definitely the sewers, definitely the electricity, definitely the Wi-Fi connections and internet connections matter. But if you just concentrate on the physical, you're not even halfway there. We have all seen regeneration schemes that have failed because we have forgotten about the people who will live there, the communities they will be part of, the neighbourhoods we create, the jobs and economic activity that they need to have access to. Everything takes longer than you think, so you've got to just set out with that in mind. I heard somebody on the radio this morning reminding us that the Elizabeth Line, Crossrail, first started being talked about in 1944 as part of the Abercrombie plan. So here we are, it's open, brilliant, we did it. It all takes forever. And do you know what? Sometimes it needs to take a long time, because back to that co-production model, you need to engage with people. And do you know what? Sometimes people aren't ready to be engaged with. We don't spend enough time, money, or energy in helping our neighbourhoods and our communities be ready to engage. We all have been to those planning committees where, let's be honest, it's people of my age, possibly retired, all sitting there because they've nothing better to do than to go through the planning portal of their local authority to find out what they can object to. Let's engage with people who really, really, really matter on this. You know, the Chicago Institute of Architecture have done some fantastic work with deprived schools in Chicago about understanding Chicago's past so that they can help imagine Chicago's future, so that it isn't just the professionals who do all of the thinking. Second last point, Nicholas, second last point. And I'm not just saying this because I'm sitting beside Danny, but local government is often left out of this conversation. Local government has been under-resourced in so many ways for so long. I'm not making a snipe at any particular government. This has gone on for years. You cannot engage with communities on a planning application by planning application. You need to spend time in plan making, in talking to communities, neighbourhoods about what's right for them. And that is cut and gone in many local authorities. And then finally, keep learning. Do not be afraid to make mistakes. Mistakes are okay as long as you learn from those mistakes. And that's it for me.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, Fiona. Thank you. Again, lots to get into there, reflecting a huge amount of experience, as you say, on both sides of the regeneration fence. Last but certainly not least is Guy Opperman, the Conservative Member of Parliament for Hexham in the lovely county of Northumberland. Now, I am not an expert on matters cephalogical. I don't think it counts as a red wall seat because it has, I think, been Conservative since 1924, so nothing to lose in the next election, Guy. Since 2017, Guy's been Minister for Pensions and Financial Inclusion, which I think actually is particularly relevant to this conversation because obviously it's pension money and long-term institutional finance, which is key to much of the discussion about regeneration. So with 5 minutes, Guy.
Thank you. Because too many of you at the back are looking at your phones, and that's not acceptable, obviously. So the bottom line is this. I beg to be here, genuinely. I wasn't on the panel originally. If you were looking forward to coming to listen to some housing and local authority professionals, that is them. Nothing to do with me. But I really want to be part of this because, A, I think Onward and Create Streets are doing fantastic work. And secondly, I think you're missing a trick because the utter key to all of this, if you're really going to make the change that you all want to make, is pension fund money. It is simply not going to be possible, given the way in which the world is right now, without engaging on a massive level with pension funds. So let's just do the quick who pays element of this. Because let's be blunt, is the taxpayer going to pay? Well, they're a bit short of cash right now. We've just acquired £400 billion on the nation's credit card, and that makes life quite complicated. Local authority budgets are what they are, and it is very difficult. Borrowing, that's going to be tough going forward, as we all understand. So the private sector, yes, I love and adore all private sector providers. Thank you, Barclay and others, for sponsoring today. But at the same stage, they are more interested, because they are publicly quoted companies, in flipping property over a 2-year fix. Okay? So how do you get long-term local regeneration paid for, not by the state, in circumstances that it's built for 30 to 40 years, not on a 2 to 10-year cycle? The answer to that every single day is pension funds. And those local authorities and planners who are engaging with that, good luck to you, do a load more. If you aren't doing it, please, if you remember nothing from the rather fat bloke from Hexham, please remember one thing. Come back, go back to your local authority and prepare to engage with a pension fund, with no disrespect to David Steele. The long and the short of it is, if you want examples of this, I'll give you 3 key examples. The first is Cambridge. Go to Cambridge and have a look at the Cambridge District Council, because they have formed a thing called the Cambridge and Counties Bank, which is funded by the local authority pension fund, and they've taken the capital reserves from that pension fund and done asset-backed lending to the local community for all the regeneration that you see in that area. It is utterly transformational. It's owned by the local authority. It's actually funded by people who work in that local authority, and it is making a profit for that pension fund. And by the way, it is proper long-term regeneration, which is controlled by that local authority, with not a single penny of taxpayers' money. So, you want another example? Go to Holland. If you think we have density problems here, go to a country that is utterly, utterly dense in terms of population and place management. And go to 2 places, and my apologies to anyone who is Dutch, because my pronunciation of these 2 places is going to be terrible. Almere, in the north of Holland, is over 1,000 houses built on a self-build basis. It is one of the most inspirational places to go. We don't do it here in any way whatsoever. We should do. The local authority who does it first would get a star prize in a heartbeat. Secondly, go to Heugevik. That is really badly pronunciation. Heugevik is an incredible retirement community where the dementia village exists within a retirement home, which exists within a community itself. So mum, dad, kids, grandparents all live within a mile of each other, all are visited in a particular way. There is a pathway where that community can so live on a long-term basis. That is the sort of thing that we need to be trying to do. And I finish on one key point, and I'm going to try and be the one who finishes early. So the one key point is, if you're deciding what you're going to build long-term, everything has to be judged through net zero. If you're not thinking, what am I doing to 2050, I really don't know why you're here. Because every kind of housing and regeneration that you're doing has got to be done on net zero basis for 2050. So if you're doing that, who are the people who are going to think long-term? Without a shadow of a doubt, it's pension funds. How you make this happen is really easy, is that you have to make allocations that have you a less financial return on a short-term basis to your local authority, but a much greater long-term basis to your local community. I'm going to end there and look forward to the many questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. I'm going to turn to and thank you very much indeed. I'm going to turn to the audience in a moment. But first of all, just one question, and very much actually prompted by your excellent points, which I agree with, but I think lead to some quite interesting tensions. So, pension fund money has to pay our pensions, therefore has to be quite low risk. Cambridge is quite an easy part of the country to invest in, dare I say. I'm not attacking your point philosophically. And secondly, net zero, which we tend to think of in terms of the energy efficiency of the individual home. Actually, our greatest impact on our sustainability is often where we live, how we get around in our daily lives, whether we walk, cycle, or use a car. We're working on a scheme in a town in the northeast at the moment, which was potentially to be funded by a pension fund for some quite delicate infill regeneration in a left-behind town centre. We spoke to pension fund. They couldn't make it work, but they are funding some drive-to cul-de-sacs a few miles away at the end of a dual carriageway. So I think, I'm not disagreeing with your profound point, but I think it does lead to some quite interesting tensions. Victoria, so I'm turning on you, but you've got a national perspective. Any thoughts on that tension? And then I'm going to throw it open to the audience.
Well, one of the thoughts I've got on the tension I sort of seeded earlier with the levy, because you've got to make places work. Financially. Part of the reason that pension fund may have walked away was because if we sorry to bring cakeism into it, there's only one size of a cake, and they had their view in terms of what size slice they wanted to be able to take out for the pension fund holders as opposed to the rest of the costs. And some of those other costs were obviously just a stretch too far. So what do we do about that? We can't just say, well, that's it, large parts of the north are untouchable, it's just too costly. You have to be inventive and come up with other ways of funding and financing things and rephasing things to make the money work. And so when we have the opportunity to respond to the infrastructure levy, which LERB is very clear is going to replace SIL, one of the things that we are really keen to see is that the borrowing cap is lifted. It was a perennial challenge of mine back to the department at the time when we were running Old Oak, I was running Old Oak, that we could see all this money coming down the line in infrastructure levy, but we couldn't hypothecate against it. I've since found out it was Treasury who blocked that, and it could have been a thing back in an earlier statutory instrument, and we hope that it will be a thing now. Why is that important? Because that differential in a no stone unturned to try and make the viability work is going to be incredibly important. If you can forward fund certain bits of the infrastructure and create the value earlier, then you just might be able to make some of those difficult to touch sites. I'm not saying it's going to solve every site, but I do think it's going to be a really important innovation that we cannot afford to see blocked another time by the Treasury. So that's my...
Sharp point, thank you very much. Disagreeing well. Thank you, Victoria. I should have said earlier, I think the team are frustrated with me for not having done so. There is a live Slido poll. You can see it up there. Do please go onto your apparatuses and answer the question. Right, questions for the audience. Do I see any hands? Yes, lady there with the shock of blonde hair and the spectacles. And please, question is just say who you are and where you're from. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Claire Delmar. I'm from Listen to Locals, and I would like to ask a question about tackling health inequalities, which is on the banner facing all of us at the audience, but hasn't really been addressed in this conversation. And I'd like to ask members of the panel how you think that regeneration, A, do you think it's important in redressing health inequalities, and B, how do you think that might be accomplished over the next few years?
Thank you very much indeed. Excellent question. Can I turn to Danny and Fiona on that?
I think fundamentally we've still got a lot of work to do to work out the kind of COVID health inequalities and be clear about what was causing them, because clearly poverty, social exclusion, lots of real heavy lifting issues that have kind of got us to this point. So I think, would we be able to solve all of those through regeneration schemes? Probably not, because I think when we were doing vaccine work, for example, there was just a real hesitancy amongst particular communities who were being targeted around WhatsApp messaging, people who just didn't have access to primary care in the way that others do. And those are kind of bigger issues. Equally, I think that what we can do is make sure that we build healthier places that encourage healthier lifestyles. And certainly one of the best schemes I ever saw was in Elephant and Castle, where the whole, I think it was I forget the name of it, but it was where you had a load of allotments in the middle of the communal areas that basically not only provided social opportunities, but also made food and food growing an intrinsic kind of part of life. And actually, I think in terms of health and what we've just dealt with over the past 2 years, access to food has been a real challenge for local authorities and will be for all of us as the cost of living crisis worsens.
Thank you. Some very, very good academic research on the impact of communal garden and allotments on personal and public health and level of community connectedness. It's hard to put allotments everywhere, but they are provably good for us. Fiona, just quick thoughts and then I'll go to the next question.
Couple of quick thoughts. I think if you look at regeneration schemes like King's Cross, for example, they have put a lot of thought and energy into how the place can actually encourage activity, integration, whether it is the skip allotment gardens, which are just amazing, that can be moved around as the development is happening. I think housing as part of a regeneration scheme is really, really key. The link between poor health outcomes and poor housing is well known, and we need to fix that. Active travel and building in activity and movement is absolutely vital. But I do think we also need to learn what went wrong in some of our major regeneration schemes. If you remember, and it is 10 years since 2012, we had a convergence policy between the host boroughs and the rest of London, and health inequalities was one of the targets. I don't think we've moved the dial sufficiently enough between the life expectancy, for example, at Stratford on the Central Line and at Holland Park on the Central Line. I think there's more to be done there, and I would really like us to go back and unpick and understand what didn't work in our assumptions about what a big regeneration, a £9 billion project like the Olympics would do to health.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, there's some shocking statistics as you move down various tube lines, literally per station, life expectancy falls by measurable years. Next question. Lady at the back with the floral dress on, very appropriate for late summer as the foxgloves are coming out.
Vanessa Gregory, Chair of Lux and Dauburn's Our Community Voice on Design.
One of the best local regeneration community-led schemes, but keep going.
Thank you, Nicholas. I'd like to ask each of the panel to give their definition, well, what they think these different phrases mean. Community engagement, community involvement, and consultation.
Thank you. Engagement, involvement and consultation, is that right? I think I'm just going to turn to the three professionals, unless Guy wants to have a view on that, but just starting very quickly, Victoria, Danny and then Fiona. Community engagement, consultation and involvement. In a sentence.
I'm borrowing Mike.
Sorry.
Sorry. Well, I'm just going to rank them, okay, because I'm going to rank them in order. So I think let me get this right. In the first division is consultation. That sits lower down. It's not quite as high performing. As we move up the table into the championship, we have some engagement So rather than just talking to people in a consultation, we are actually having a two-way conversation and engagement. But up in the Premiership, we have involvement, which is the collaborative co-space that I think Fiona was referring to. So that's my Premier League table or football table in a short answer. Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you. And I think particularly to Danny and Fiona, if there's anything you disagree with or you'd want to stress more, no need to repeat what Victoria said other than I agree with Nick / Victoria.
I think engagement is more informal and happens all the time and can be done through multiple channels and multiple people. And my organisation is engaging daily, constantly with thousands of people, whether that's through our newspaper, our online activities, or through the work that councillors do in their communities. Involvement is about power and resources, and I think that we have given different levels of power and different levels of resources in a whole range of examples, such as regeneration forums, but I think it's a more active process of bringing two people together, and consultation always feels a bit more formal.
Thank you. Fiona.
Well, I'm not going to repeat because I think my colleagues here have done a brilliant job. But what I would say is I think as professionals we're pretty disingenuous in our use of those words and that language. And I think we need to be very careful how we approach communities. It's like the Ford factory originally. You can have any colour car as long as it's black. Yeah, there's a consultation. And I think we have been guilty of that and we've got to stop it.
You're a politician, you work with people all the time. Anything you want to add to that?
So one of the reasons I got involved in politics was because I really felt a long time ago that what used to happen is that we were often consulted but always ignored. And the consequence of that is that what I'm interested in is none of those three things, actually. What I'm interested in is, do you have a vision? And are your eyes looking at the stars? Rather than a functionality, a volume, you know, the vision of a place and actually how that integrates to a community is much more important for me.
See, I'd build on that, and I'm going to say something that may surprise some of you who know me, and some of you know Create Streets does most of our work in co-engagement, in co-design. It's in our DNA. But actually, I have sympathy with the professionals who say, hey, but what about us? We do bring expertise here, and there is, I think, a role for helping people, particularly some left-behind communities. They do have their eyes very much in the day-to-day, and you need to bring confidence on that, but you do also need to help them look up to what a better place and level of connectedness might be. That's enough from me. Let's go back to the audience. The gentleman who had his hand up there in the middle with a greyish T-shirt, and I'm not allowed to say without a shock of blonde hair. I just said it, sorry.
Not a problem. I'm Sasha from a small estate-based charity in Hartlepool. I'm just listening to this conversation, really interesting. Crossrail open today, 18 billion quid. We're celebrating the fact that we might get a second platform reopened for 11 million. As a result of that, our local authority is skint, and so we're building a load of new houses on the hope that we might get council tax revenues on all the greenfield sites. And if I've been told there's no money coming from the state any longer, and we've heard that the private sector are going to struggle to invest in areas like Hartlepool, all this stuff is irrelevant. You know, actually, when you say, where's your vision, if we can't even open a second platform at this train station, yeah, because we might get it, and because we've got a couple of million quid here and there, I think the scale of the challenge outside of our metropolitan areas is enormous, and somehow we have to move the conversation to how do we do better in places like that.
Thank you very much. That's a very important question, and I think it touches on, I think, something I tried to start with, but was perhaps a little bit too oblique on, which is how do you regenerate, how do you lever in money when you can't quickly get a payback, or get a payback from increased land values, which is the trick that's been played in London and the South East for the last couple of generations. Guy, can I turn to you on that? I think you're probably the right respondent for that.
Sasha, I know Hartlepool pretty well. I've been there many times in the last 12 years. I totally empathise with the difficulty. I represent Hexham in Northumberland. We hadn't had a new school built for 38 years. The long and the short of it is you have to look at alternative ways. So the first thing is get a mayoralty. You and I know that Ben Houchin is transforming Teesside. I accept Hartlepool is the end of the Teesside conurbation, but at the same stage, the transformation that has happened already and the plans that are going ahead, you know, most people would give their eye teeth for the regeneration that's happening in Teesside, largest industrial site in the whole of Europe that's being reimagined at the present stage outside Redcar. There is a long way to go, though, and the whole of the Levelling Up white paper, everything that Michael Gove is trying to do, and everything that, frankly, I've tried to do in the last 12 years to regenerate Northumberland, highly similar area, post-industrial, flyover, former steel, and other coal mining areas that have genuinely got to be transformed. Very similar problems, very similar things. You need new industry. British Volt in Northumberland is a great example of 4,500 new jobs being brought there. It's a long journey, but the only flip side I would say is it doesn't mean to say that you aren't looking at pension funds. For example, Legal & General, who are speaking on Friday in Halifax, they are built in Newcastle, Walthamstow, not in normal places where everybody thinks that this is the logical place to go. There is an alternative way forward, I promise you.
Thank you. I was the parliamentary candidate for Walthamstow back in the Stone Ages. Victoria, you wanted to come in.
Just a very quick point. It's an observation. A quick point. It's an observation of areas that have struggled and then been able to turn it around. You know, where you're looking at sort of no stone unturned, what can we do in terms of a cultural identity to elevate the prominence and attract investment? An observation I would add, looking nationally but also internationally, is culture. It's not been mentioned today, but it's increasingly important, and finding those cultural nuggets from Hartlepool, which I'm sorry to say, I don't know what they are. I've never been, but that reason for being, the reason for investing, I'm sure there's a huge cultural identity there, and it's you know, we're seeing this now with this trend towards the city of culture and what all the goodies that come with it, and goodies do come with it, actually, investment, and some of the investment you're talking about, you know, just that, it may sound silly, but just that kind of strap line of the cultural side of it can help to dispel any uncertainty with some of those pension funds for a relatively small investment that could be significant, just, you know, the reopening of the station. So I would just throw that into the mix as well, because nobody's talked about it yet.
Thank you, Victoria. That's a very important point. Fiona wants to come in.
I spent an awful lot of time in Hartlepool in the early and mid-90s. I used to go out with a guy from Hartlepool and...
Tell us more, Fiona.
It ended badly,
Yeah,
but loved Hartlepool. His parents had a lovely house on the headland, which was fantastic, beautiful part of the world. One thing I would say is to echo what Guy has said, I think jobs and the economy really matter. So if you take another piece of infrastructure in London that opened this year, was the Northern Line extension. That is paid for through tax increment financing, which is, in other words, is paid for by the businesses who are going to benefit from that line being open. I think there's a lot to do. As a housing organisation, we're very interested in off-site manufacturing, so that components of homes can be made anywhere in the country. I think there's an industrial strategy conversation. I know it's no longer a fashionable term, but what is the industrial strategy for parts of the Northeast who have such an incredible heritage? And, you know, in arts terms, the Angel of the North was made in Hartlepool, wasn't it? It's absolutely, you know, it's the engineering, it is the metalwork, it is the beauty and the art. I think there is something about the jobs and economy there that matter.
I think it's one of the points that has probably come to obsess me most, Fiona, over the last few years, is the sheer volume of urban infrastructure outside the southeast, one particularly, I think, perhaps in parts of the northeast and northwest, which is essentially profoundly underutilised to the density and intensity with which we occupy most town centres or neighbourhood centres crudely in the southeast. And, you know, there's a lot, quote-unquote, easier, not really, but in principle easier regeneration to do by reviving and reusing that existing urban infrastructure than in dumping boxes in a field or in cramming 55-storey tower blocks into an ex-goods shunting yard. That's enough from me. Next question, please. First up, first serve. Lady there with the grey hair. I know who you are. quick, please.
I'm Lucille Bryant, and I'm lucky enough to be a trustee for Create Streets. I have a question because in the area I live, we watch development after development go up. It's huge structures. There are great luxury buildings. Most of them seem to be not wanted by the community. So I have a question for, maybe it's Victoria, I don't know whether it's almost for Nicholas, but maybe anybody, on how do you, is it inspire or encourage or coerce planners to take the decision that the community wants. It's okay to have all these groups, but sometimes it's very clear that there's 100% of people against a development, and these buildings are empty. And I'm just wondering, how do you affect, how do you make the planners, who ultimately could just say, no, we won't do this. So it's more than a temptation. Maybe they think it's a practical decision when you have a developer offering huge amounts of money, just cash. We'll give you this cash if you let us build.
Thank you very much indeed. Actually, if I may, I'm going to direct that question at Danny, who leads a council that has to do this day in, day out.
So I think the important thing is, who are we talking about when we say the community? Because one of the things that really drives me mad is when people turn up at a planning committee and it's all organised and they're coming from their Victorian houses, living a wonderful life. And ultimately, I've got 23,000 residents on my waiting list. So we've written out, when we've had applications for pocket living, for example, to say, I've got 800 young people living in Greenwich who want to access a pocket house because, yeah, it may be small, but fundamentally this is a better offer than living in a HMO and being exploited by a terrible landlord. And their voices need to be part of this planning system too. And I think that ultimately, we have seen things where you may disagree with the planners. I think it's really important as a politician to, stay on each other's side of the fence, because these, planners are professional most of the time, and ultimately, yeah. But I think ultimately, it's not down to a planner, I think, necessarily to say no, although my brilliant planners have ultimately stopped terrible developments too. But within the context of London and the London plan and all of those things, I suppose we just have to be honest and clear about where we're directing our fire.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, very quickly.
We just take a step back. The importance of the local plan recognised in Loeb is really, really important to answer this question, because if you've had a genuinely engaging interactive local plan that has been signed off by everybody, which includes the community, the councillors and the government through Her Majesty's Planning Inspectorate, then what the officers are doing, because they are all my members are professionally qualified, yes, there are some planners who aren't professionally qualified, I'm working on it, but all they're doing is making recommendations in accordance with the plan. Now, what we're increasingly seeing, and this isn't a political point directed at anybody in particular, but there's some quite high-profile examples at the moment. What we're increasingly seeing is officers' recommendations overturned. Now, it's been increasing in Northern Ireland and Wales for some time, but England's now jumped on a horse. Now, this causes me concern because I look across the other professions. Can you imagine somebody not taking an architect's advice or an engineer's advice, or, dare I say, a chartered accountant, and saying it's all very nice to hear that, but I'm going to take a decision anyway? Now, but that is the democracy that we live in. So I just want to draw the line that officers only make a recommendation of something that's in conformity with a local plan that's been through that process. Where you may see decisions popping out the other side, not always, but where it's not in conformity with a local plan, I would say that's where it's been an overturn. And it is clear, I would say this because I'm running a membership organisation, it's really important, that we don't just lump it all on the planners. And as we've just done here, very openly, we've recognised it's a political process. And it's really important that we have that out on the table.
Thank you, Victoria. Quite right to say that. I mean, if I may just quickly, I think it does go to the heart of this. I know for a fact, and Danny may recognise this, is there are decisions made locally where the local planning committee of rightly elected councillors say no, knowing full well that it will be accepted on appeal, but knowing that they can then blame the process rather than taking the political heat themselves. Right, we've got time for one more question, if we can keep it brief. The gentleman there with his hand up much more early than any of the rest of you. Yep, in the middle there. Quick. Get it to him in the next 5 seconds, or I'll just rescind his right. Quick.
Hi, Nicholas. Good to see you again. My question is about SMEs and how we can... I did. What role SMEs have in regeneration? And maybe a question to Danny, what role do local authorities have in sort of unlocking this opportunity?
And then I'll turn, and I'll give you final quick words from the panel reflecting on that, and then I'm going to bring it to a luxuriantly clear close in a couple of minutes. Guy, and then I'm going to go down the room.
Leave SMEs to the professionals. I'm just going to answer the previous question, which particularly applies. It's a political decision, but I give you two examples. Newcastle, Manchester, both Labour-controlled, chose to take a cheaper option, pension fund building, rather than a more remunerative option, volume building, in a community that didn't want it. They got less money for the local authority, but they got much better build, which wasn't on a 2-year flip, and a much more longevity to the housing. That is a decision, and in those two Labour leader examples, they made the right decision and thought much more long term. It is a political decision.
Thank you. Fiona.
Yeah, SMEs, absolutely vital. The supply chain, particularly in the current climate, needs to be as diverse as possible, must include SMEs. At L&Q, we're very keen. We encourage, we use a brick manufacturer in Warwickshire that is 9 miles from the site that we are building, and that really matters to us. They're not the cheapest, but it made sense in terms of road usage and also in terms of encouraging SMEs to work with us.
Thank you. Danny.
So the really fascinating thing about COVID has been that we have learned far more about where our businesses are and who they are than we've ever known before as a local authority. And I think that's been a piece of work that's meant we are now redoing our local economic plan and taking into account, I think, what we've learned and what we think is about to happen. So I think you've got to kind of suspend what you know. Clearly, councils can provide more opportunities. They have to in this climate. But we can't all be like Preston because we're all different. And in that sort of community wealth building conversation, I think we have to work out, particularly within London and within cities, what that means for us.
That's very true. Thank you. Victoria, very briefly, and then we must close.
Thank you. For me, the answer lies in procurement, which might sound very dull, but if you follow the money back to the intelligent client, and if the intelligent client is the public sector, then there is a responsibility within the ESG framework to put one's own house in order first, and not just incentivise, but perhaps actively encourage SMEs and welcome them in through the procurement of whatever it is you're buying or delivering. And I think once the public sector's put its house in order, then it can go after the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Now, you can all read. If you can't all read, I can't help with that bit now. Here are the results to our poll, which I think is fascinating and actually rather reassuring. When deciding what to prioritise for levelling up, which of the following do you think the government should focus on? Connected communities. And I think connected can work both physically and emotionally. We've had a very multi-layered, intertwined, to keep with the language of our conference conversation. I'm not going to try and insult the complexity of it by trying to brilliantly summarise it in 2 sentences, other than to say this, which is despite the fact that we are clearly a very prosperous society in many, many ways, there are big problems with many of our neighbourhoods, particularly but not entirely the poorest, often with town centres hollowed out. And I think how we collectively work together with neighbourhoods using professional skills, making it easy to be a bold political leader without committing political Harry-Carry, I think is one of the great challenges, whether you're of left or right, north or south, east or west, in the generation to come. Thank you all for listening, and thank you to the panel, and I'll hand over to Will and Michael Sandel soon.
Session, and I am thoroughly looking forward to our next session. Before I welcome Professor Sandel on stage, I have another Slido question to introduce to you all. So please do go to your Slido, do continue answering these polls. They are providing fascinating insight for us, and this one is particularly on what makes a good life. What are the essential ingredients for a good life today? So thank you to the team who have organised the stage. And could I now invite Michael Sandel up to the stage? Thank you. So, I think from this morning's sessions, we are starting to understand how we might restitch the fabric of our societies. We have discussed how to go beyond the culture war and foster a shared set of values. We have just been discussing how to avoid the mistakes of past development, to properly consult communities about the things that happen around them, and how to create places that strengthen rather than undermine connection. But in many ways, the decline of common culture, the breakdown of connected places, are symptoms, perhaps, rather than causes of the malaise that afflicts Western societies today. And so it's to those causes that we now turn. What ultimately is it that's tearing the fabric of our societies apart? What is it that we might need to do to start stitching them back together? And I am completely delighted to welcome one of the world's leading philosophers and public intellectuals, Professor Michael Sandel, to the stage today to discuss these themes. Michael will be known to many of you, if not all of you, as or for his teachings at Harvard, which particularly his justice lectures have become a kind of academic sensation viewed by tens of millions of people around the world, screened both on television and online. He is a prolific contributor to public debates on ethics, democracy, morality, society and markets. In 2009, in the wake of the financial crisis, you gave the Reith Lectures for the BBC. You are Radio 4's public philosopher, and you've also served on the President of the United States Council on Bioethics, so contributing both in the public sphere but also to government. And Michael has also, of course, written a large number of best-selling books, including What Money Can't Buy, The Moral Limits of Markets, Justice, What is the Right Thing to Do, and his latest book, The Tyranny of Merit, What's Become of the Common Good, which argues for a nuanced approach, a more nuanced approach to success and failure than we've been doing of late. So it's an enormous pleasure to welcome you to the Restitch stage, Michael, and thank you for giving up your time, for flying in indeed to be here. I want to begin, if I may, with the subtitle of your most recent book, What's Become of the Common Good? And could you start by just explaining a little bit to us what you mean by that phrase, the common good, and what it is about meritocracy, the tyranny of merit, to use your words, that is undermining that shared conception?
Well, thank you, Will, and let me first say, before getting directly to your question, that I admire what you're doing here, and we need more of it, because what you're doing is leading an effort to rethink the meaning of conservatism. And in doing so, you're doing it in a way that is inviting social democrats to rethink their mission too. And I think this is desperately needed across the political spectrum. And if you can create a movement or a venue or a site of discussion and debate across partisan and ideological lines with the aim of reimagining really what democracy should be about, which is what I understand your project to be, that's something we desperately need. So I want to begin with that note of appreciation. The common good. Can we find the common good? That's the subtitle of the book. And the need to search for it, the reason to wonder whether we can find a common good, has a lot to do with what's gone wrong with our public life in recent decades. Just to name a few things that's gone wrong with our public life that has obscured deliberation about the common good are the market triumphalist faith of the last 4 decades that began with Reagan and Thatcher but didn't end with them. The fundamental premise of the market faith was shared by center-left politicians who succeeded them. And we haven't had, during the last 4 decades, a debate about what should be the role of reach and of markets in our society. Technocratic politics is another force that has obscured the search for the common good. The idea that experts and technocrats are best equipped to address the most important questions facing democratic societies, that's been corrosive of a politics of the common good. The finance-driven neoliberal version of global capitalism has been destructive of the common good. And finally, to come directly to the book, so have meritocratic attitudes toward success. And so shall I say a little bit about the last? Well, here's what's gone wrong, I think, with our civic life. During these decades, the divide between winners and losers has been deepening, poisoning our politics, pulling us apart. This has partly to do with deepening inequalities of income and wealth brought about by the finance-driven version of capitalism that's been embraced by across the political spectrum. But it's not only the inequality. It has also to do with the changing attitudes towards success that have accompanied the rising inequality. Those who've landed on top have come to believe that their success is their own doing, the measure of their merit, and that they therefore deserve the full bounty that the market bestows upon them. And by implication, that those who struggle must deserve their fate as well. Paradoxically, this way of thinking about success, which is toxic to solidarity and a sense of the common good, this way of thinking about success reflects a seemingly attractive principle, the ideal of meritocracy, which simply stated is the idea that if chances are equal, or nearly equal, the winners deserve their winnings. There's a lot that's alluring and appealing about that meritocratic principle, because it can animate efforts to try to bring everyone up to the same starting point in the race. But it overlooks the fact that even if we achieved a perfect equality of opportunity, it would be pretty predictable who would win the race. Those most gifted with the talents the race is designed to test and to measure. And being gifted, having the talents our society happens to prize, is no doing of those who possess them. And so this brings out, as I do in the book, the dark side of the meritocratic ideal. It induces a kind of meritocratic hubris among the winners and generates a sense of humiliation, a sense of being looked down upon by those who struggle, those who are not flourishing.
So I want to boil down into this.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a fascinating argument, and it kind of directly hits at one of the core tenets that have driven a lot of our political debates for a long time. And there are lots of people who would say that meritocracy is not just good, but it's essential. It's a way of avoiding kind of arbitrariness and even corrupt ways of sorting privilege and opportunity in societies. Is it your view that meritocracy kind of is bad in principle, and perhaps you want to elaborate some things you were just saying, that it perhaps kind of privileges the wrong things, i.e. cognitive skills and academic success over compassion or technical skills perhaps, or that what we have isn't really a true meritocracy in the sense that it does privilege certain people from certain backgrounds and those that are able to pay for a certain school or live in a particular area or have the connections to get a certain job. Which of those three is the core of your argument?
Well, I thought I counted two, that the principle is flawed and that we don't live up to it.
Right.
And I would say both. I would want to say that both are the case. First, If the alternative to meritocracy is a class-based society of aristocratic hereditary privilege, meritocracy is a liberating alternative. Sure. And a friend of equality, because it promises that one's place in life will not depend on the accident of birth. That was the appeal, that was the promise of meritocracy, insofar as aristocratic class privilege would seem to be the alternative. Or where corruption and nepotism and patronage are the alternative, the dominant ways of assigning social roles and opportunities, meritocracy seems like a breath of fresh air, a source of equality, of equal opportunity. And it's certainly true that the principle of equal opportunity is an important one. No one should be held back by poverty or prejudice. But it's important to recognize that equality of opportunity, important though it is a remedial ideal. Even if we could achieve it, it would not amount to defining a good society, a just society, or a good society. And this takes me to the problem with meritocracy in practice. Now, let me just say one more word about our failure to live up to this principle that is appealing, if ultimately flawed. Higher education is seen as the primary vehicle for the realization of equality of opportunity. And here's an example I know firsthand. If you look at the Ivy League universities in the United States, most of which have generous policies of financial assistance. At the place where I teach, for example, if you're admitted as a student and you come from a family that makes $75,000 or less, you don't pay a penny, either in fees or in expenses. So there are generous policies of financial support. Even so, looking at the Ivy League universities in the US, there are more students from the top families in the top 1% than there are students from the entire bottom half of the country combined. So clearly we don't live up to the meritocratic principles that we profess. But I do make a stronger claim in the book. You're right to press me on this. Even if we did, there would be a dark side to meritocracy, and it has to do with the fact that even a perfectly realized meritocracy, maybe especially a perfectly realized meritocracy, would be corrosive of the common good, because it would make it all the more plausible for the winners to believe the race was fair, I won, my success is my own doing, and therefore I deserve the rewards. This is what Michael Young worried about when he coined the term meritocracy in the late 1950s. And he imagined in his dystopian account, and we quickly forgot that he launched the concept of meritocracy, the name at least, not as an ideal, but as a dystopian scenario. And he predicted it would generate the anger and resentment of those left behind, who would feel that they had no one to blame but themselves, and would be reinforced in that belief by the elites looking down on them. He predicted that they would lead a populist revolt, do you remember this, against the meritocratic elites in the year 2000, what was it, 2036, something like that. And he had it right, except that revolt came 20 years ahead of schedule.
So I want to ask a little bit about an argument made in a book that came out at almost exactly the same time as yours, which is The Aristocracy of Talent by Adrian Wooldridge, who's now at Bloomberg and was at The Economist. And he makes, I think, quite an interesting kind of counter-argument to you, in the sense that he argues that it is precisely the most meritocratic societies, if you think of imperial China, Plato's Republic, Victorian Britain, industrial society in Britain in the late 19th century, that were most successful at generating economic growth and actually lifting people to some degree out of poverty and towards success. What's your counter response to that argument?
Well, two things. First, there is an argument that can be described as a kind of argument for meritocracy that says GDP will be higher, economic growth will be more robust if people are assigned to jobs and roles for which they are well qualified. And I don't dispute the idea that social roles should be allocated to people who are well qualified to perform them. That seems to me common sense. It's not what I take meritocracy to be. I mean, if I need surgery, I want a well-qualified surgeon to perform it. If I'm flying in an airplane, I want a well-qualified pilot. Does that make me an advocate of meritocracy? Only on a very thin notion of what meritocracy means. Because the real question at the heart of the idea of meritocracy is not only matching people to roles for which they're qualified, but attributing deservingness, moral desert, to those who succeed and to those who make a lot of money performing those roles. That's the problem. And it's that feature of meritocracy, the attribution of moral desert to the winners, that taps into the dark side, that contributes to the unraveling of the social ties and the solidarity and the sense of community that holds societies together. And when we've had a couple of debates, Adrian and I pressed him, well, yeah, but what about this claim of deservingness? And I haven't gotten a fully adequate answer to that. But should we, generally speaking, appoint well-qualified people? Yes. But what are the norms and values with which that we attribute to the benefits that they derive, those well-qualified folks, from performing this or that social function? That's the central question, morally and politically. And any defense of meritocracy has to face up to that.
The other thing, if I might add to that, the other thing that I think is different from a number of the examples in Adrian's book is he talks about societies where actually the elite, the meritocratic elite, is very small in number. And Peter Turchin talks a little bit about elite overproduction as being one of our central problems. And this brings me to my next question, which is an argument you make in the book about credentialism. And we've seen in this country, as I think you've seen in the United States, the rise of a kind of growing focus on the credentials that people carry or attain, the institutions they attend as a signifier of value that may be good for those people, but potentially undermines others. And we've seen in this country, for example, lots of traditionally vocational roles, whether that's nursing or police officers, for example, increasingly becoming graduate roles, requiring a university degree, and in some ways excluding those in society who previously might have done those as a vocation. I wondered, who do you think is responsible for the rise of credentialism? Is it governments for enacting policies, like student loans in this country, for example? Is it employers for demanding certain skills? Or is it all of us for culturally leaning into those signifiers of value?
Well, it's especially the last. And I think one of the ways the credentialism gets going is to do with politics and a central assumption of public discourse, here again across the political spectrum, over the last 40 years or so. Because when faced with the widening inequalities of income and wealth, and with the wage stagnation, and with the unequal results of globalization, politicians of the center-left and center-right alike have responded to that inequality not by offering structural alternatives to the policies and institutions that created that inequality, but instead by making an offer to those struggling, and about 60% of our societies did not benefit much from the economic growth of the decades of globalization. Almost all of those income gains went to the top 10 and 20%. But what the politicians offered was what I describe as a rhetoric of rising. We aren't responsible for enacting policies and institutions that led to this inequality. What you need to do is to get yourself a university degree, and then you too can rise. In the global economy, we were told, if you want to flourish, go to university. What you earn will depend on what you learn. This was a mantra Bill Clinton gave us. You can make it if you try. This was Barack Obama. Now, what they missed were two things. First, the rhetoric of rising as a response to inequality and wage stagnation missed were two things. First, the political project of saying, we will help you clamber up the ladder of success is a limited response to inequality when the rungs on the ladder are growing further and further apart. Simply saying, if you will get a university degree, we will help you compete to climb that ladder of success. And as a result, social mobility has languished. And we can talk about mobility. I know that this has been a subject of discussion here at this conference. But it missed this rhetoric of rising something else, which was the insult implicit in it. It seems like an inspiring slogan. Everyone should be able to rise as far as their God-given, in the US it typically is God-given, talents will take them, or not. As far as their talents and hard work will take them. Go to university. It overlooks the insult implicit, which is this. If you didn't go to university, and if you're struggling in the new economy, your failure is your fault. This is the insult that underlies the credentialism. Because if that's the promise, if that's the only way of contending with inequality and wage stagnation, getting a university degree, well, it doesn't speak to most people. We forget, those of us who spend our days in the company of the credentialed, can easily forget that most people don't have a university degree. In the US and in Britain, nearly 2/3 do not. So it's folly to create an economy that sets as a necessary condition of dignified work and a decent life a university credential that most people don't have. But the credentialist impulse and emphasis and insult are rooted in this flawed political rhetoric that is, in any case, an inadequate response to the wage stagnation and job loss and inequality that a great many people in our societies rightly care about.
So I've got a couple more questions, and I'm very conscious that I'm sure lots of people in the audience will too. So I'm going to ask you two more questions, then I'm going to go to the floor. You mentioned a number of politicians there. You mentioned Bill Clinton, you mentioned Barack Obama, and I'm interested in the politics of this, both in terms of which side of the debate, left or right, is primarily responsible for the rise of credentialism.
And I have to say the slogan, the rhetoric of rising, I noticed from time to time was also spoken by Theresa May, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah, no, she did it when I was in Downing Street. She did a great speech called the Rise of the Meritocracy, or Great Meritocracy.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in who's responsible for that rhetoric of rising, the rise of credentialism, and where you see the most promising signs on left or right. Because as I see it, and I know the UK debate much better than I do the US, but it feels to me like actually in this country we've started to see some signs of the backlash against meritocracy that you talk about. We've had Michael Gove talking about being sceptical of experts famously during the Brexit referendum.
Right.
We've seen a political realignment which is much more interested in people and places that historically have not received that much political attention, whether that's post-industrial towns or people with lower levels of education rather than graduates. And I'm interested in both your kind of view of the US context, but also any reflections on the UK.
Yeah.
Is this a debate of the left or of the right, and where is it going? Is it a debate that's being increasingly captured by one side or the other?
It's a debate that both left and right should be having, but are not to the extent that would be necessary yet to shift the terms of public discourse. I think that your organization, Will, is fomenting this debate in a very healthy way on the conservative side of the political spectrum. And I hope that social democrats will be prompted either by your example or by the political fact that the Democratic Party in the United States, the Labour Party in Britain, the Socialist Party in France, the Social Democrats in Germany have in recent years alienated the working class voters who were once their traditional base of support. They've noticed that. Conservative parties have noticed that. And the question is, who among them will begin to reimagine their mission and purpose and political message in a way that can begin to respond to that? So, to what extent is this happening, apart from the Restitch conference and the summit that you brought about, which is all very much to the good, especially as an example of what can be done from the perspective of both ideological traditions? To, you mentioned people and places. Part of the problem with a single-minded focus on the rhetoric of rising, not only has it failed to produce intergenerational mobility, and in Britain and the US, in Denmark, the number of generations it takes a family from a poor background to reach the average income in Denmark is 2 generations. In Britain and the United States, it's 5 generations. And we always prided ourselves on being the land of opportunity and upward mobility, and we always consoled ourselves that we don't have to worry so much about inequality, which may be greater here in the US, because we have mobility, the chance to rise. But in fact, if one looks at social mobility results, the American dream is alive and well, but living in Copenhagen. So it hasn't delivered, the rhetoric of rising has not delivered mobility, in part because mobility requires dealing with the inequalities. But we also need a rhetoric, political rhetoric and project that focuses on, speaking about places, asking how people can flourish in place, even if they don't get a university degree. Flourishing in place should be one tenet of parties of the left and of the right. What would that look like? And a second tenet or theme should be the dignity of work. What would it take in concrete political policy terms to renew the dignity of work? And John Cruddas, who's going to speak later, has written a wonderful book about the dignity of work from the Labour Party, John is. So there are hints and intimations of a rethinking. The reason the dignity of work needs to be a part of this project is that much of the resentment against elites is not only a resentment about incomes and access to consumption. It's also resentment, a legitimate grievance, about the sense that the work that a great many working people do isn't valued or recognized or appreciated by those who occupy the commanding heights of elite culture, whether in politics or academia or the media or the professional classes. And so a revaluation of work, and perhaps the pandemic, when we were applauding for key workers and for essential workers, that could be a moment for a broader public debate about how to bring the pay and recognition of care workers and delivery workers into better alignment with the importance of the work they actually do. So these are some hints and intimations and some themes that are beginning to emerge from your work and from other politicians, political parties, think tanks, to try to shift the terms of public discourse. And these are some of the directions that I think could provide a better kind of response to our predicament.
I'm so glad you mentioned both the flourishing of place and the dignity of work. Yeah, just on the former, the government actually at the moment has a brilliant phrase which we use a little bit about allowing people to stay local and go far. And I think and there is something really profound in that has not been at the heart of our politics for a long time. So my final question before I open up to the floor, and I apologize for hogging the microphone to all of you, but my final question is actually drawing on one of our earlier panels, which was about how to disagree well. And kind of, you've talked a lot about the common goods, but there are some issues where there just is inherent conflict, or at least they are contested issues. In the US at the moment, we have perhaps the most totemic example of that with the leaked draft opinion from the Supreme Court justices over potentially overturning Roe v. Wade. And I wonder, on issues like that, like abortion, where people do have very strongly held, deeply entrenched and simply opposing views, how do you find a sense of the common good when there is that inherent moral ambiguity?
Right. Well, the short answer, though it's difficult to achieve, is to promote the kind of public discourse where citizens, whatever their moral convictions, can bring those moral and ethical convictions to bear on big questions that matter. And there have been a number of impediments to this kind of public deliberation in recent decades. We've spoken about some of them. I'll come to the, well, on the abortion case. The US Supreme Court now is very likely on the verge of overturning the decision that established a right to an abortion under certain circumstances with different standards at different trimesters. And the court defended this opinion in the name of neutrality toward the contested moral question of abortion and the moral status of the fetus. But what worried me at the time, and I got in some trouble for pointing this out, that a liberalism of neutrality, vindicating rights on the basis of being neutral toward the contending moral views at issue, including one as contested as the moral status of the developing fetus, That's a neutrality that in many domains, including in the domain of abortion, can never be achieved. So it will be a spurious neutrality, and people know this. And if the effect is to banish from public discourse people's fundamental moral convictions, to ask them to leave their moral convictions outside when they enter the public square. So my answer to your question is, contentious though the public square will be, I think it should be welcoming to moral convictions, be they secular, be they religious, and we should have it out in public. Clamorous though it be, it's better than forcing underground, which creates the resentments and not having been heard. Now, another source of this spurious neutrality that has constrained public discourse and drawn us away from a politics of the common good has to do with the market triumphalist faith with which we began. Because part of the appeal of letting markets decide is not just that they will deliver the goods. That's not the deep appeal of markets, I don't think. It's that markets seem to be a value-neutral instrument for deciding how to value the various contributions that people make to the economy and to the common good. We've outsourced our moral judgment about what counts as a valuable contribution to markets. But that has led to the kind of sterile technocratic politics. And what we saw during the pandemic were massive counterexamples to the proposition that the social value of a person's job can be determined by the verdict of the market. Because if that verdict is morally compelling, it means that the contribution to the common good of a hedge fund trader is 900 or 1,000 times greater than the social value of a nurse or a doctor or your best school teacher. Now, even the most devoted defender of laissez-faire economics would be hard-pressed to say that that's true. And what this suggests is we need to reclaim from markets for democratic citizens the question of how to value the social roles and social contributions performed by people throughout our society in various jobs, whether they are highly credentialed or not.
Thank you, Michael. And I would, just on that point, I would highly recommend to everyone your book, What Money Can't Buy, but really get into precisely those questions about the role of markets in determining morality in society. So I'm going to open up, we've got about 10 minutes, I'm going to open up to the floor for questions. I'm going to take two at a time, just in the interest of getting as many people in as possible. So there's a gentleman here at the front, if I may, and the microphone, if you could go to the lady on the end of this aisle here for the second question, that would be great. Thank you.
Mark from Local Trust, thank you very much for being here and talking to us about common good and all these issues. I just had a question in relation to positive discrimination and issue relating to politics of representation, because I feel that they agree both with your statement that meritocracy doesn't exist, hence why you need governmental intervention, but at the same time, meritocracy is desirable, and that's why you need to make sure that there are a certain number of people from certain genders or certain races at each level. So how would you respond to their viewpoints?
And just at the back there.
Thank you very much. I found it fascinating because you gave depth to things that so often the media want to have the agenda and move it on very, very quickly. You talked about the pandemic in different ways, and one particular aspect that I feel profoundly, and I feel it's going to be crowded out, and you asked the question whether we're going to reevaluate the value we have on different members of the society that, quite frankly, I feel quite emotionally about, that during the pandemic, who kept me going, alive, at home, staying away, and they carried their out their jobs daily. that people had really undervalued so much. How can we try to get that discussion about the reevaluation of society and the people that really do keep the country going and different places going, further up the agenda, so it's not crowded out by the immediate rolling news agenda, that we can have that space for that very important discussion, I feel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So positive discrimination, and how do we get away from that short-term cycle of media doom?
Right. Some defenders of meritocracy oppose positive discrimination on the grounds, on the argument that people should only be admitted to jobs or universities on the basis of their merit. But what this argument assumes is that merit can be captured and measured by some form of standardized test, typically, without any regard for the gender or the racial or ethnic background of the applicants. In the case of, and in general, I think that argument overestimates the ability of a standardized test or metric to truly measure the merit that is relevant to the role. So there is a meritocratic argument to be made in favor of positive discrimination. Take the example of university admissions. If part of the purpose of a university is to promote discussion reflecting multiple backgrounds and life experiences in a classroom, then one among the merits can be bringing a voice to the classroom that wouldn't otherwise be present. So one could make a meritocratic argument for positive discrimination, even though it's often made against. And so I think what the broader point, and it connects to what we were saying about social value, is we can't know really what counts as the relevant merit without debating and deliberating the social purpose of the institution, whether it's a classroom, or whether it's a company, or whether it's government. And if the mission of the institution will better be performed by ensuring a diversity of perspectives, then it's consistent with meritocracy, not against meritocracy, to take those factors into account. Now, that's an anti-meritocratic position to this extent. What it implies is winning admission to an elite university reflects one's ability to contribute to the mission of the university, its purpose. It's not a basis of deservingness. It's not a basis for the hubris that often attaches when we overly congratulate the winners. And so recognizing this feature of it could actually change the message we send our students, for example. Instead of telling them that they're the most brilliant people ever and therefore they deserve this wonderful opportunity, we should say, and therefore, we should say, you have great gifts of various kinds, for which you're very lucky, and which will provide you certain opportunities and benefits. But have the humility to remember that fact about yourself and about your admission. So that's how meritocracy, I think, connects with the debate about positive discrimination. As for what it would take, and thank you for the question, to reevaluate the value of social roles, including the home caregiver that you spoke about, is Well, there are two kinds of response. One you might think is hortatory and rhetorical, as when we were applauding key workers. That fades in time, that appreciation. Martin Luther King, just before he was assassinated, went to Tennessee and he spoke to a group of striking sanitation workers. And what he told them was that the person who picks up your garbage is as important as the physician, if you think about it, because if he doesn't do his job well, disease will be rampant. And then he said, all labor has dignity. That's the moral message, the moral framing that gets lost in the rolling news. But to make it more than rhetorical, however inspiring the rhetoric, to really prompt a public debate, we need, on the center right and on the center left, to come up with concrete policies, including on subjects as seemingly mundane as tax, to prompt this question about what really counts as social value. For example, what about a public debate that asks the question, why is it that we tax earnings from work, earnings from labor at a higher rate than we tax earnings from interest and dividends and capital gains? And what does that feature of our tax system say about the social roles that we value? Now, you might say debates about tax are familiar, but not from this point of view. And it's the point of view from which we debate seemingly familiar topics like taxation. Or what about a financial transactions tax, the proceeds of which would be used to reduce tax on caregivers or to increase the minimum wage? One can imagine ways of debating concrete economic policies, but from the standpoint of the question, how do we and how should we value the various jobs and social roles that the market doesn't value in the proper way?
So we've got just a few minutes left. I've got a few questions on Slido, so I'm going to take those and I'm going to merge them together because a number of people have asked essentially the same question, which is so not this Slido. So I will come to that Slido in a moment. But the question that people have asked repeatedly is inherent in the idea of social mobility is not just that some people can move up, but potentially that some people need to move down in order for that to happen. To what extent should we embrace that idea of mobility as a two-way process? And how do you mitigate some of the adverse effects of that? Because that is obviously, kind of people rising up is a good thing, but people moving down can have dislocating effects for people.
Well, what that suggests is that mobility as such maybe shouldn't be the primary aim. If mobility is low, it's a good indicator that the society is unequal. But there, the inequality is the problem. Mm-hmm. And the lack of mobility, upward or downward, is the symptom. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a mistake to focus too single-mindedly on mobility as the goal, for just the reason your question suggests. Mm-hmm. And to focus instead on what I would call a broad democratic equality of condition, which is connected to enabling people to flourish in place, but it requires other things too, to do with rebuilding the civic infrastructure of a shared democratic life. One of the corrosive effects of the inequality in recent decades, beyond its effect on individual people as consumers or beyond its effect on mobility, is that there are fewer and fewer public places and common spaces that bring people together in the course of our everyday lives, across classes and across race and ethnicity and religion. So aiming less at mobility as such and more at a broad democratic equality of condition, I think would be a way of addressing this. It would be more in line with this idea of flourishing in place, because it requires designing cities and towns and civil society with public spaces, some of which would provide public services, but mainly they would provide a kind of civic gathering. Democracy does not require perfect equality, but what it does require is that people from different social backgrounds, different walks of life, encounter one another, bump up against one another in the course of their everyday lives. Because this is how we learn to negotiate and to abide our differences. How we learn how to speak with one another, argue and disagree with one another. And this is how we come to care well for the common good.
Well, fantastic, Michael. Thank you so much for that. That was just an incredibly rich and multi-layered discussion. And just to take the point that you ended on, we heard earlier from Rory Stewart, actually, who's now teaching at Yale, who talked about democracy as a public space, as a public kind of park, almost, where people do come together. So there are resonant themes throughout this summit, reverberating kind of common themes that are reverberating throughout the day. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time, with your thoughts, and I'm incredibly grateful for you being here. Can we now turn to the Slido, which is which of the following do you think is most important for living a good and fulfilling life? The freedom to choose how to live has come out far on top. I'm craning my neck, 46%. But interestingly, making valuable contributions to community and a good family life, second and third. There are lots of interesting themes. And thank you again for continuing to fill out the polling throughout the day. There will be more of that. So I'm going to wrap up now and move us on. There are a few housekeeping notices. So firstly, we are going to lunch now. This is a relatively quick lunch. As Nicholas said earlier on in the day, we are packing a lot into today, so you have half an hour to eat. It is back where coffee and tea was earlier on in the day. Please do be back here. Sorry, not here. Be back in the breakout rooms that you've been assigned at, I think, 1:45 promptly, and then we will be back in here at 2:45 for the Secretary of State for Health. Again, please be prompt. There is a lunchtime session which is on should we give communities more control over development, and please do join that. There is also, as I warned you earlier, a soapbox where fantastic restitchers and representatives of amazing community organisations will be telling you a little bit about what they do to restitch their social fabric. As I said, we want them to be at the heart of today. So while you're eating your sandwiches or whatever we've put on for you, you can listen to some of their stories and be inspired to go and do the same in your own communities. So without further ado, can I just ask you to join me in a round of applause for Professor Michael Sandel. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, that's excellent. Can we try it with your video on as well, just to see what the connection's like?
Yes.
Thanks very much. Ah, glorious.
All right.
Testing, I guess. How is your morning/afternoon?
Oh, hang on. Let me turn you up a little bit. All right. What were you saying?
How's your morning and afternoon?
So far, so good. It's bright and early here, but the children all made it to school successfully.
Well, excellent. That's very good. Oh, apparently there's going to be a camera soon. We're on lunch break right now. Yes, so it's good to see your camera and your microphone are working together. You've got about 4 minutes till I think we're going to try and start herding people in, or actually maybe a little bit longer than that. Because we've got 9 minutes before that starts, actually, you probably can go and make yourself a coffee. Now that we know the line works, I don't need to.
No, I'll just be sitting here typing. You're coming through very quietly. I don't know if that'll just be you.
I think I'm trying to. What should I try? I'll try normally. This is me talking normally. Is that better for you?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm fine.
Good. I'm actually. Well, both of us are coming out into a large empty auditorium. So. Right
I
now,
see.
Everyone's scarpered away
All
for
right.
lunch.
Well, then I will go hide, but I'm already going.
Okay. Well, brilliant. I'm going to mute myself and you and stop both of our videos until people come in.
All right. Thank you.
Fantastic. See you later. Well, speak to you later. Bye.
Only. And if you're here, thank you. Oh, you can hear me now. Yeah, so if you're watching me online, if you're watching us online, standing room only here for our debate, our conversation about the dignity of work. Let me introduce the participants, and then we'll hear from each of them, and then we'll have an open discussion which can absolutely involve people here. I should introduce myself first of all. I'm Justin Webb from the Today programme on the BBC. I wrote a memoir recently of the 70s in which I talked a bit about how life was different then. And of course, in many respects, we are increasingly wondering whether life is the same. But in a few particular ways, particularly to the younger generation, the 70s and that whole business of